The chair recognizes the member from Auburn, Representative Osborne, who moves the House adjourned from the session of March 10, 2022. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the House is adjourned. House will attend to a prayer by House Chaplain Reverend Bob Stewart, pastor of St. Paul's United Methodist Church in Manchester.
Good morning. So this morning I thought I would begin offering the prayer of St. Francis of Assisi, his prayer for peace. I've adjusted some of the words. I took me and put us, and took I and put we in its place. Let's be in a spirit of prayer. Lord, make us an instrument of your peace. Where there is hatred, let us sow love. Where there is injury, pardon. Where there is doubt, faith. Where there is despair, hope. Where there is darkness, light. Where there is sadness, joy. O divine Master, grant that we may not so much seek to be consoled as to console, to be understood as to understand, to be loved as to love. For it is in giving that we receive. It is in pardoning that we are pardoned. And it is in dying that we are born to eternal life. O loving God, we pray for the people of Ukraine. We pray for the people of Russia. We pray for the world you have created. We pray for the United States of America. We pray for our great state of New Hampshire and all the representatives that are here today. Please prepare us for the day that stretches out before us. You know exactly what this day will contain, whereas we only have vague ideas about it. Sometimes we wish we could see a roadmap that would show all the twists and turns of today's journey. We would feel better prepared if we could somehow visualize what is on the road ahead. Even though we don't know what is waiting on the path ahead, we trust that you have equipped each of us here today to work together in harmony and peace, that we work together for the good people of this great state and always strive to keep them in our minds as we enter into making decisions on their behalf. Be with us, O God, and give us the wisdom and strength to serve our constituents with integrity. To you, O God of love, we lead and serve to your glory. Let there be peace on earth, and let it begin with us. Amen.
The chair recognizes a member from Hollis, Representative Susan Homola, who will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. The chair recognizes the Hollis Brookline High School Honors Choir under the direction of Matt Barbarossa, who will now perform our national anthem.
Stripes and bright
House will attend to requests for leaves of absence.
Mr. Speaker, the day, illness, Representatives Birch, Credian, Cleaver, Ellis, Mary Griffin, Harvey, Popper, Lundgren, Salloway, Snow, Tudor, Varney. The day, important business, Representatives Ayer, Bordes, Bunkie, Cody, Cross, DePalma, Fontenot, Horgan, Hunt, Mayville, Macbeth, McBride, McKinney, Stavis, Trottier. The day, illness in the family, Representatives Elliott and Newton.
These leaves of absences will be granted unless otherwise ordered by the House. House will attend to the introduction of guests.
Mr. Speaker, please welcome Allison Sullivan, guest of Representative Mooney. Faye Linda Tefault, guest of Representative Pearl. Robert and Taylor Huff, father and daughter of Representative Huff. Brigadier General Don Bolduc, U.S. Army retired, guest of Representative Healy. Chaz Rogers, guest of Representative Homila. Fourth grade students from Broken Ground School in Concord, guests of Representative Bartlett. They are with us in the gallery today.
Welcome to the New Hampshire House. The House will attend to the consent calendar.
Mr. Speaker, from the Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, House Bill 1349, removed by Representative Lawton. From the Committee on Education, House Bill 1646, removed by Representative Deshays. From the Committee on Election Law, House Bill 1064, removed by Representative Allegro. From the Committee on Election Law, House Bill 1473, removed by Representative Homila. From the Committee on Legislative Administration, CACR 24, removed by Representative Silber. From the Committee on Legislative Administration, CACR 25, removed by Representative LaBranch. From the Committee on Legislative Administration, CACR 26, removed by Representative Lawton. From the Committee on Legislative Administration, CACR 27, removed by Representative Silber. From the Committee on Municipal and County Government, House Bill 1155, removed by Representative Terosian.
Are there any other bills to be removed? Senator Osborne moves the consent calendar with the relevant amendments printed in today's House record be adopted. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The consent calendar is adopted. Representative Horgan declared a conflict of interest on House Bill 1592 FN and did not participate in the vote for the consent calendar. The House will now, for what reason the member rise?
Question of the chair.
State your question.
Mr. Speaker, can you confirm for the members that your office has reviewed the amendments on the bills for the calendar this week and inform us whether or not any of them have been found as non-germane?
We have revealed any amendments that were brought to our attention.
Thank you.
House will now attend to bills on the regular calendar. Majority of the Committee on Children and Family Law, to which was referred House Bill 1280, an act prohibiting a parent's refusal to vaccinate a child pursuant to an order of the state or federal government to be used as a basis for terminating parental rights. Having considered the same, report the same with a recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Josh O'Connor for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Patrick Long for the minority of the committee. The amendment is 0912H, and it is in your seat pockets. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? Okay. The bill's on second reading and open to further amendment. Representative Kelly, you're recognized to introduce your amendment.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to move floor amendment 2022-0912H. This language was discussed in the committee and was just not available at the time of the vote, and I believe that it addresses some of the concerns of the minority report and doesn't change the intent of the bill, and so I hope that you will support it. Thank you very much.
The question is on the floor amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it, and the floor amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes.
Question is now on the motion of ought to pass as amended.
The motion before us now is ought to pass as amended, and the chair recognizes Representative Long to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to the ought to pass as amended question. This is the first I see of the floor amendment, so I just read it before I got up here. I agree that termination of parental rights ought not be based solely on parents agreeing to vaccinate the child using current exemptions. The concern is which parent should the decision rely on when the parents disagree, especially in divorced parenting where conflicts exist, and at all times those conflicts have a detrimental effect on the child. The bill doesn't state that anymore. So the issue with which parent has that effect is, for an example, signing up your child for football. One parent believes that it's detrimental to the child's health. One child believes that the game would improve the overall mental health and confidence of the child. At which parent would these decisions go to? Now, I know in Children and Family Law Committee has always looked at bills that would not create conflict. And for that reason, I ask the House to oppose the motion of ought to pass. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The chair recognizes Representative Yokela.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I have to disagree with the minority that this will create conflict. The only conflict that this is talking about is between the parents and the state. That that vaccination status shall not be used by the state as a reason to terminate parental rights. And there's valid reasons, medical, religious reasons why someone may choose to not or change the schedule of vaccinations. And so those parents should not lose the custody of their kids because of those tough decisions. So I hope you would support this as amended. Thank you very much.
Does the member yield to questions?
Thanks. No thanks.
The member does not yield. The question before us is the majority report of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1280. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Children and Family Law, to which was referred House Bill 1286, an act relative to the modification of parental rights and responsibilities. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Josh O'Calla for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Deborah Altschwiller for the minority of the committee. The chair recognizes Representative Altschwiller to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 1286 is a language change to RSA 461A11, which is part of our chapter on parental rights and responsibilities, which says the court may issue an order modifying a permanent order concerning parental rights and responsibilities under any of the following circumstances. And then the law goes on to outline a 9-part list of those circumstances. The change proposed here would make the beginning of that title read, "The court may issue an order modifying a permanent order concerning parental rights and responsibilities only under the following circumstances." And then again refer to that exhaustive list of 9 circumstances. We would think that this would be such a minor change that shouldn't this have been sorted out earlier in the courts, and yet the courts have asked us to do exactly this because lower courts have found ways to rule outside the scope of that list. The court may issue an order modifying a permanent order concerning parental rights and responsibilities under the following circumstances, and I'll summarize them as this: that both parents agree to that modification, that the court finds repeated, intentional, and unwarranted interference by one parent with the residential responsibilities of the other parent. The court may then intervene without necessarily showing harm to the child because the court determines that such a change would be in the best interest of the child. Third, the court finds by clear and convincing evidence, the high standard, that the child's present environment is detrimental to that child's physical, mental, or emotional health. If the parties have substantially equal periods of residential responsibility for that child, and either asserts that the court finds the original allocation of parental rights and responsibilities is not working. If the court finds by clear and convincing evidence that a minor child is of sufficient maturity to make a sound judgment, the court may give substantial weight to their preference. If the modification makes either a minimal change or no change at all in the allocation of parenting time between the parents, the court could determine that that will be in the best interest of the child. And there are 5 more, which I will not go on with today, but it is an exhaustive list. When it was written in 2005, and then subsequently modified 5 additional times by the legislature, the intention was to list every possible issue that would arise to necessitate changing a previously permanent parenting order. And yet, petitions to change permanent parenting orders that are outside the scope of this very comprehensive list continue. 2 lower court decisions modifying parenting plans outside the scope of that list, provided in RSA 461A11, were then overturned by the New Hampshire Supreme Court. Once in 2019, December 4th of 2009, which is the Muchmore case, and in 2007, the LaRue case. In LaRue, the most recent of these overturns by the Supreme Court, the court observed that the legislature intended contract principles to apply in determining whether the parties have agreed to a modification pursuant to the statute, indicating that the first steps to a limitation in the court's power to alter a parenting plan, the ability, will, or resources needed to appeal a lower court decision to the Supreme Court is available to all citizens. And the court has made clear on at least 2 occasions that a legislative fix to the language of RSA 461A is needed to better serve the best interests of children and their parents. We believe that the RSA that currently reads, the court may issue an order modifying a permanent order concerning parental rights and responsibilities under any of the following circumstances be changed to reflect the direction given to us by the courts, and change it to only under the following circumstances. Colleagues, the vote in committee was 8-7. We ask you to please push the red button and vote no so another motion can be made. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Vicala.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This language went to the Supreme Court, and they interpreted that the list is exhaustive. So this change is not necessary. That is the current state of the law in New Hampshire. And so this bill is just paperwork trying to clarify something that the state has already clarified. It's not going to change policy in the state of New Hampshire. And so it's just busy work for the legislature. And so I urge you to vote ITL. Thank you very much.
The motion before us is to the majority report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1286. Are you ready for the question? Division has been requested. Members will take your seats.
Please turn on your voting station.
And make sure you've turned on your voting stations. This will be a division vote. The chair recognizes Representative Long for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that simplifying the statute by adding the only word would make it clearer for litigants, then would I press the red button? Thank you.
The chair recognizes Representative DeSimone for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that the proposed change this bill asks for is already correctly interpreted by the Supreme Court, therefore totally unnecessary, then I will be pressing the green button to support the majority report of ITL. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Two wonderful parliamentary inquiries. The question before us is the majority report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1286. This will be a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative CACR. You got to give me a thumbs up or a thumbs down.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to the state of the vote. 176 voting yea, 155 voting nay. The committee report's adopted. Before I get into this bill, if everybody would give me their attention for a minute, if you know you're going to have a request a division or a roll call, I request that you please let us know so that we can go into the same system as we did last Thursday, where I'll announce the last speaker, and then we'll pretty much go right into the vote to save as much time as possible. Last Thursday, it went very well, and I think if we do the same thing this week, will be the same way. And just so everybody knows, I apologize for sitting down, but I took a pretty good fall on the ice on Sunday myself, so I'm not in that good a shape either. So I'll probably be sitting down a good part of this session. The majority of the Committee on Children and Family Law, to which was referred House Bill 1305, an act relative to temporary alimony, having considered the same, report the same with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Josh O'Callaghan for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, would be unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Cassandra Levesque for the minority of the committee. The chair recognizes Representative Levesque to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, temporary alimony is meant to be just that, temporary. It is meant to be put into place while the divorce is being processed. It is not meant to be a long-term solution. Temporary alimony is available to spouses who need financial assistance during the divorce process in order to cover living expenses and is separate from temporary child support payments. When alimony is decided, it takes time for the court to consider and calculate all assets to determine if alimony will be part of the divorce decree. The courts must also consider if the requesting spouse lacks sufficient income, property, or both to be financially independent, considering the spouse's marital lifestyle. They also have to consider if the recipient is unable to be self-supporting through employment at a standard that meets reasonable needs or is a custodial parent.
Take your mask off.
Sorry about that. Custodial parent to a child who needs make it impossible for the parent to work outside the home. Once the court determines that support is needed, it will then decide the duration and amount of alimony depending on the length of the marriage and several other factors. This bill will make these steps more difficult and not give the parties an equal opportunity to calculate their assets. The courts need time when making these calculations, and this bill takes away that needed time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I will not yield to any questions.
Chair recognizes Representative O'Callaghan to speak for the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So currently, for temporary alimony, there is no requirement that they follow the normal alimony calculations, and that temporary alimony doesn't go towards the time you're allowed to be paying alimony. And so all this does is say, why are we using a different calculation than we normally would, and why aren't we counting the money that you pay as part of the time that you have to pay? And there is an exception if there is shown irreparable harm from following this process in the legislation. So I hope that you will vote ought to pass. Thank you very much.
The question before us is the majority report of ought to pass on House Bill 1305. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it. Committee report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Children and Family Law, to which was referred House Bill 1382, an act relative to the presumption of shared parenting and determination of parental rights and responsibilities. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Josh O'Callaghan for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having to consider the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Deborah Altschwaller for the minority of the committee. The amendment is 0887H, printed in House Record 10A, pages 55. Are you ready for the question? On the amendment, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Representative Altschwaller to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill, as amended, adds a new definition to the first part of Chapter 461A, Parental Rights and Responsibilities. It states that the definition of shared parenting will be redefined as, quote, an arrangement in which each parent plays a substantially equal role in decision-making responsibility, and 35% or more of the child's residential time is spent with each parent. A presumption of shared parenting in the determination of parental rights and responsibilities is not in the best interest of children, as it would force a parenting schedule beginning at 127.75 days per year, making that a legal presumption. Current statute already clearly outlines how the courts should determine residential responsibility and parenting in New Hampshire. These statutes are designed to make decisions that are in the best interest of the child. Current parental rights and responsibilities law provide for a range of considerations to determine what is in the children's best interest. The law presumes that children do best when children have frequent and continuing contact with both parents. It provides for consideration to make parenting schedules that best protect the child's safety and allows for the consideration of the impact domestic abuse has or has had on the child. Current law also ensures parenting schedules consider the safety of an abused parent. This is a good policy. It is a good policy and should stay in place. House Bill 1382, as amended, writes out the best interest of the child or the children. We know, and we have written into our laws in RSA 461A Part 2 that children do best when both parents have a stable and meaningful involvement in their lives. And when parents get along with each other and are in positions to make determination on their own without court intervention, it's better for children. It's better for everybody. But that's not the reality for many New Hampshire children and families. In fact, the protections in place in RSA 461A are designed to protect children in those highly volatile families where domestic violence is present. The committee received testimony from New Hampshire Legal Association's DOVE project, that is the Domestic Violence Advocacy Project, that on average, it takes a domestic abuse victim 7 times before they're able to leave an abusive relationship for good. One contributing factor is fear of losing custody of the children. House Bill 1382 lends credibility to an abuser's control tactics by supporting the idea that if you leave, you aren't getting those kids. If the jumping off point is automatically a 50-50 custody of the children, what incentive is there for a victim to leave? From a victim's perspective, isn't it better to stay in the abusive relationship, to be there to protect the children, rather than leave the children unprotected in the abuser's care because the court has a presumption of shared parenting time. This bill forces an impossible choice on victims. It contemplates the rights of one parent over the safety of another. HB 1382 considers parental rights before determining what is best or safest for the child or children. This bill places the burden on a victim, tipping the balance in favor of an abusive parent. It lacks proper consideration for the safety of the child. It lacks proper consideration for the safety of the abused parent. It lacks proper consideration for the safety of abused parents and children. The minority of this committee believes the current statute that uses the best interests of the child as a presumption is effective, and that HB 1382 jeopardizes that. Legislation that prioritizes equal parenting time as its baseline edges out other critical safety factors and prioritizes parental wishes over the best interest of the child. To make shared parenting presumptive upholds an abusive environment as the norm. Supporters of this bill have said that domestic abuse or criminal assault are rebuttable factors. However, the standard of this bill, though, establishes a blanket presumption of one size fits all until it doesn't. And until it doesn't could be lethal. We know this. That is not a child-centered policy. The minority of this committee believes the New Hampshire current statute that uses the best interest of the child as a presumption is effective, and House Bill 1382 jeopardizes that. Respectfully, we ask that you please press the red button so another motion can be made.
This is going to be a division vote, so members take your seats. We're down to the last speaker. Chair recognizes Representative Keller to speak for the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I agree with a lot of the sentiments expressed by the other speaker that children do best when they have both parents having an active role in their children's lives, unless that role is deemed to be hazardous. And in the amended language, there is a place in that language that the judge decides whether or not it is appropriate for the child to have continued relationships with both parents. And if those kids are better served by having continued relationships with both parents, then it is the majority of the committee's opinion that that be a substantial amount of opportunity to be parented by both parents. And so I hope that you will vote this OTPA. Thank you very much.
The question before us is the majority report of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1382. This is going to be a division vote. The chair recognizes Representative Altrola for a parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, if I know that the current Parents' Rights and Responsibilities Chapter 461A centers its policy on the belief that children do best when both parents have a stable and meaningful involvement in their lives, and if I know that defining shared parenting as an automatic default to a specific percentage of residential time without actually defining residential time is a gap in this bill. And if I know that many parents who need court involvement in their custody and parenting plan have high conflict relationships where domestic abuse is present and is a danger to children's safety, then would I now press the red button so another motion can be made?
Chair recognizes Representative Nelson for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that shared parenting offers families the benefits of both parents building relationships with their kids, encouraging healthy child development, and creating a platform for parents to collaborate efforts for their children's well-being, and if I believe that this bill as amended presumes shared custody where a relationship with both parents is found by the court to be in the best interest of the child, and if I believe that this bill as amended addresses the concerns expressed in the minority report, would I now press the green button and uphold the majority committee recommendation of ought to pass? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question before us is the majority report of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1382. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to the state of the vote. 177 voting yea, 157 voting nay. The committee report's adopted. Majority of the Committee on Children and Family Law, to which was referred House Bill 1396 FA, an act relative to the payment of child support, having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Deborah D. Simone for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Patrick Long for the minority of the committee. For what reason does a member rise?
To make a motion, Mr. Speaker,
State your motion.
I make a motion to table House Bill 1396.
That is a proper motion. The motion before us is to table House Bill 1396. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. And House Bill 1396 is laid on the table. Majority of the Committee on Children and Family Law, to which was referred House Bill 1416, an act relative to consent for mental health treatment in parenting cases and with shared decision-making responsibility. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Josh O'Connor for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Cody Belanger for the minority of the committee. The amendment is 0871H, printed in House Record 10A, page 56. Are you ready for the? Go ahead, run the amendment. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. For what reason does the member rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to table HB 1416.
That is a proper motion. The motion before us is to table House Bill 1416. Are you ready for the question? A division has been requested. Members will take your seats. The motion before us is to table House Bill 1416. This is going to be a division vote. The chair recognizes Representative Belanger for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask that we table this so that it can go, I'm sorry. If I know, thank you, sorry. It's the first time up here. If I know that this bill has unintended consequences that could pit parents against parents, and that if I further know that this bill should go back to the committee so that I could continue to work on this to find a better amendment, would I then support the tabling motion on? Thank you.
The chair recognizes Representative DeSimone for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill came out of committee 14-1, with both sides of the aisle agreeing that this is a good bill, then would I vote no on the tabling motion? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is to table House Bill 1416. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you will press the green button. If you're opposed, you will press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Thank you, Representative Lee. I'll take care of it. Representative Wilson. Representative Rhodes.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend the state of the vote. 28
having voted.
28 voting yea, 305 voting nay. The tabling motion fails. We're back to the original motion of ought to pass with amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. Nay. The ayes have it, and committee report is adopted.
All right, so I wrote numbers there for the debate on this one.
Majority of the Committee on Children and Family Law, to which was referred House Bill 1431 FN Local, an act establishing the Parental Bill of Rights, Been considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Josh O'Connor for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Patrick Long for the minority of the committee. The amendment is 0881H, printed in House Record 10A, pages 56 through 58. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Representative Greason to speak for the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. People have rights that are enumerated in the Constitution of the United States and the state of New Hampshire and declared as unalienable. However, these rights are being infringed upon with increasing frequency in recent years. We are constantly provided examples of bad things people do, and then there's a large contingency of people who want to punish those who haven't done those things because some people did bad things. For example, we constantly have to fight off attempts to take away our firearms because some people choose to use firearms for nefarious purposes. Now, there's an escalating push to remove the recognized unalienable rights of parents over their children, all because some parents may be lousy parents. Parents are told they shouldn't be allowed to make decisions about their children's education. Just look at the effort to prevent education freedom accounts and school choice. Parents are told they don't have the right to interfere with, with their children's decisions about their medical care. Look at the efforts to allow children to obtain various medical treatments without parental permission. Parents are even losing custody of their young children because they oppose these decisions, even the ones made by their very young children. Parents are being treated as domestic terrorists for questioning anyone in a position of authority. House Bill 1431 sends the message to anyone who might not understand this or might think otherwise, but children belong to their parents, and parents have the fundamental right to determine the care and upbringing of their children, and these rights are unalienable. At a time when the parents of New Hampshire are wondering where we stand, passing House Bill 1431 would say to them loud and clear, parents, we stand with you. And although this bill explains the rights of parents, this one bill is truly for the children. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Representative Long to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to the ought to pass as amended. Question. This bill addresses the right of a parent, singular. Again, which parent do these rights apply to? Are court filings needed to decide which parent on specific issues can maintain these rights? And a consensus with the people that were testifying were yes, if there's a question between the parents, let them go to court. As often as witnesses in CFL committee are unhappy parents that have been to court because the court did not side with them, so now two loving parents with the best interests of their child are made to be in conflict. What does this do to divorced or separated parents? It ramps up their ability to conflict with one another. I do recognize that any conflict with parents is a strain on the child, and that's my main concern here is the children. The bill also contains language in part that reads, all parental rights are retained without obstruction or interference from the state or other governmental entities. Does this include Department of Education, the New Hampshire General Court, federal law? I believe it does. This bill weighs heavily on parental rights specific to school districts, which are rights currently in statute. In testimony, it was made clear that some school districts currently post the information being requested on their websites. So this is for those that for whatever reason are not putting this information, which is already in statute, to mandate that they do that, to put those districts that aren't putting it on their website to put it on their website. So again, it's a duplication. And in my mind, does this language create a need for interpretation and clarification on the current statutes once this bill is passed? This bill contains a clause that would create disciplinary action toward a trusted adult of a child. I agree that no adult should be encouraged a child not to speak with their parents. However, children often depend on trusted adults in helping them through fast-changing times in their life, whether they be teachers, coaches, or mentors. The concerns are with the trusted adult not wanting to speak to a student of fear or retaliation for disciplinary action. Although this bill contains exceptions, as it does not authorize a parent to abuse or neglect their child, as defined in RSA 169C, the concern is with all parental rights is retained without obstruction or interference from state or governmental entities. Does that mean DCYF? Is it DCYF have to come out with a finding before they could interfere? Or does the court have to come out with a finding before it could be interfered? So could a parent not have to cooperate with DCYF or the court for that matter? So in summary, the minority believes House Bill 1431 will not have the effect that the people are looking to change, and that also this bill is detrimental to the health and welfare of children. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
A division has been requested. We're down to the last speaker. Members, take your seats. Chair recognizes Representative Acala to speak for the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the OTPA motion. This bill addresses a lot of the concerns that we heard in testimony, which is that there is conflicts between parents and the state. It's not between parents. This is only about the parents between the parents and the state, where the state is trying to keep information from the parents so that they are not able to adequately parent their kids. And so this asks that like the school board to come with policies to be able to inform parents about how they can be an active participant, how they can inspect district instructional materials and assessment results. And it also requires that state and political officials and school administrative, the school district and school administrative unit shall not encourage or attempt to coerce the minor to withhold information from their parents where the parent is not under investigation or not suspected of committing a crime against those kids. So that they're not encouraging or putting up a roadblock in between the parents and the kids. And we worked on this, and hopefully this will, there's a lot of concerns from parents. We heard a lot of testimony on this, especially with schools and the communication with the schools. And so this bill encourages each school board, school district, and administrative school unit to have a policy to promote parental involvement in the public school system. So I hope you will support this as amended. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us. Representative Belanger has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. The motion before us is the majority report of order passes amended on House Bill 1431. This is a roll call vote. The chair recognizes Representative Petrogrino for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that as well-intended as many believe this legislation to be, that the rights enumerated within are already part of federal and state statutes, the Department of Education's administrative directives, and many school board policies, therefore making this legislation redundant and not necessary, and that parents who believe that their rights have been violated already have well-established legal remedies to address their grievances. But more so, Mr. Speaker, if I know as a former high school teacher of 40 years that this legislation would unintentionally harm troubled and vulnerable children who may not be ready, for whatever reason, to confide in a parent with their deep personal struggles, but because of this legislation would be limited in their opportunity to do so with a trusted adult, such as a school nurse, coach, guidance counselor, or teacher, because these trusted adults would fear being subject to disciplinary action. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, if I believe that this legislation has many unintended consequences that would be harmful to the health and welfare of children, would I not press the red button to vote no, that another motion may be made? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative DeSimone for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that the government should limit their interference in parents' ability to properly parent their children as much as possible, and if I know that parents deserve the transparency, and it is of utmost importance when children are interacting with the government, including the schools, then I should press the green button in support of the committee's recommendation of ought to pass as amended. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is a majority report of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1431. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Connors. Representative Connors.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to say to the vote. 181 voting yea, 157 voting nay. Committee report is adopted.
No debate on this one, Mr. Speaker.
Committee on Children and Family Law, to which was referred House Bill 1518FN local, an act relative to the requirements for appointed guardians. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Cody Belanger for the committee. The amendment 0892H, printed in House Record 10A, pages 76 through 77. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. The question before us now is the committee report of ought to pass with amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Children and Family Law, to which was referred House Bill 1612FN, an act relative to the confidentiality of reports made to the Division of Children, Youth, and Families and requiring guardians and ad lib to be appointed in certain instances. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and a recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Josh O'Connor for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee. Having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution, that it be inexpedient to legislate. Representative Deborah Altshuler for the minority of the committee. The amendment is 0842H, printed in House Record 10A, page 81. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Representative Altshuler to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Unlike many other states, our RSA 169C, our Child Protection Act, assigns every person in New Hampshire over the age of 18 to be a mandated reporter if they suspect a child is being abused or neglected. This is to ensure that our children are safe and protected and that immediate interventions can take place if they are in danger. The Department of Youth and Families report line, and if you have your pen out, is 800-894-5533. That number is staffed 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. I'm sure many of you heard that calls declined sharply during the early days of the pandemic when children were not able to attend school, daycare, clubs, sports. The calls that come into the DCYF report line come in from teachers, they come in from coaches, nurses, doctors, librarians, dance instructors, theater directors, bus drivers, neighbors who carpool those children to activities, grocery store workers, and many times the family members of the children who are being abused or neglected. Children who are being sexually abused may disclose to a trusted adult. That trusted adult could be their teacher or their favorite cousin who's home from college. A neighbor could make a call to the report line after hearing violent fighting, threats, hearing property damage, things being destroyed where children are present. The Amazon delivery driver whose frequent deliveries to a place causes them to suspect that a child is being trafficked. These examples are just a small window into the reasons someone could make a report because they are deeply concerned for a child. As our law states, reports made under this statute are presumed to be done in good faith and can be done with anonymity. The committee received testimony that sometimes those reports come from right inside the house where the abuse is happening. Victims trapped in domestic violence make reports to DCYF against their abuser who also abuses their children. Reports come from grandparents who have witnessed abuse on their grandchildren. Many people experiencing domestic violence at home have made reports about their own family members. This bill would take the anonymity away from those people seeking help, potentially endangering them further. Worse still, it will stop people from making reports altogether for fear of potentially lethal retribution from the abuser. The reports made to the Department of Children, Youth, and Families currently can be made anonymously, but if after further investigation, an investigation results in a court case, all of that information is revealed in discovery. It's not anonymous forever. This bill inserts chilling language that gives abusers permission and gives abusers leverage to sue people who are making reports to protect abused children. In fact, some of the language in this bill would require the child protection workers on the DCYF reporting line to say to a person reporting suspected child abuse, who call with suspected child sexual abuse, physical abuse, or trafficking, that the possibility that their name, address, and phone number will be made public if the complaint is determined to be made maliciously. What's not in this legislation is who makes that determination. We don't know. It isn't clearly defined in this language. It's just hanging out there. The neighbor who had previously been empowered and required by law to call in to report of suspected domestic abuse may now be situationally deaf, because now that abuser could come after them too. The favorite teacher, the favorite cousin who's home from college, will now have to weigh the possibility of also being abused by that child's abuser through a civil court process. And the most terrifying, the threat that an adult on the receiving end of violent abuse who tries to use the DCYF reporting line to help them protect their own children may now also have to fear that they will be blamed, not believed, or further retaliated against by their abuser. It is imperative that we recognize the co-occurrence of child abuse and domestic violence. This legislation could potentially place victims and their children at risk for further harm. Being able to make reports safely to DCYF regarding suspected or known child abuse is an important part of responding to and assisting families escape violent and abusive situations. If passed, House Bill 1612 has dangerous implications for the protections of abused children in New Hampshire. Colleagues, please press the red button so another motion can be made. Thank you.
We're down to the last speaker. This is going to be a division vote, so members, take your seats. The chair recognizes Representative Hollis speak for the Majority Committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of 1612 as amended. I have to disagree with the previous speaker on many of the points as they were addressed by the amendment. The amendment that we have adopted says that reports to the department may include the name. It does not say shall, so therefore the anonymous reporting is still possible. And so I disagree with that statement. And I also disagree with the statement that the people's information can be released in court unless if in cases where they haven't been they made the complaint in good faith. And I'll read directly from the bill. Under no circumstance shall the identity of the complainant who makes the report of a suspected abuse or neglect in good faith or pursuant to RSA 169C:29 shall be released. So I just disagree with pretty much everything that the previous speaker said, and I hope that you will agree with me and vote this bill ought to pass as amended. Thank you.
The motion before us is the Majority Committee report of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1612. This is a division vote. Members will take your seats. The chair recognizes Representative Petragano for a parliamentary inquiry.
Those Italian names are a killer, Mr. Speaker. Petrino, thank you. Mr. Speaker, if I know that under the Child Protection Statute, every person in New Hampshire over the age of 18 is mandated to report if they suspect child abuse and neglect, and as the law states, that such reports are presumed to be made in good faith. If I further know, Mr. Speaker, that many people who experience domestic violence have made anonymous reports against family members, and that this bill would take away their anonymity, thus potentially endangering them further. Worse still, it would stop abused people from making reports altogether for fear of potential retribution from their abusers. Mr. Speaker, if I believe that this bill has dangerous implications for the protection of abused children, would I not press the red button to vote no so that another motion may be made? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Belanger for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that I had a conversation with the director of DCYF who supports this bill, would I then press the green button? Thank you.
The motion before us is the majority report of ought to pass that amendment as amended on House Bill 1612. This is going to be a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to the state of the vote. 175 voting yea, 161 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. Committee on Children and Family Law, to which was referred House Bill 1614FN, an act requiring the recording and storaging of digital video in all state-funded juvenile detention facilities. Having considered the same, report the same with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Cody Belanger for the committee. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Commerce and Consumer Affairs, to which was referred House Bill 1019, an act establishing a committee to study the replacement of certain professional licenses with the mandatory minimum liability insurance requirements. Having considered the same, report the same with the recommendation that the bill be referred for interim study. Representative Max Aberson for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Christy Bartlett from the minority of the committee. Chair recognizes Representative Bartlett to speak against the committee report.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker and colleagues. I rise to speak against the interim study motion. I realize there isn't a great deal of difference between the two motions of interim study and inexpedient to legislate. Having an insurance background, however, I usually take the opportunity to inform anyone who will listen as to how insurance works, as it's a mystery to so many. Insurance is for the sudden and unexpected occurrence. The premium pays for the underwriting administrative costs and mostly for paying claims. The premiums of the many pay the claims of the few. The premiums are based on the cost to provide insurance coverage, not to determine competency or compliance with state regulations. This bill would study the multitude of licenses that are regulated by the state with the purpose of replacing a license with a mandatory minimum limit of liability insurance. Liability is roughly equivalent to negligence, which would need to be present for a claim to be paid if bodily injury or property damage occurs. Insurance only pays for the resulting loss and does not cover workmanship. As the chair of our committee often states, we give people licenses so we can take them away when they do something wrong. So if there are regulatory bodies that review license applications for competency and compliance with statutes, would insurance be an adequate substitute for determining competency? For instance, an electrician, we would want to eliminate that licensing requirement and just replace it with an insurance policy for $25,000? The electrician wires a home and the home burns down due to negligence. The most the insurance policy will pay is $25,000 plus defense costs. Would the state have any obligation for further action under this proposal to replace licensing with insurance? If this was a requirement, there would have to be a significant increase in premiums, which I doubt is the purpose of the sponsor. If the purpose of this bill is to reduce the number of licenses required by the state, another action should be taken than to require a mandatory insurance policy. I won't belabor the point, but I ask you to consider opposing the interim study so a motion of inexpedient to legislate could be brought forward. And thanks for listening to Insurance 101.
Chair recognizes Representative Abramson to speak for the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in favor of the refer for interim study motion from the committee on House Bill 1019. Professional licensing requirements have grown in America from 8% of occupations to 30% of occupations and rising. Professional licensing restrictions are now recognized as one of the great underreported contributors to poverty and child poverty in America. Americans for Prosperity, well, you don't understand. Americans for Prosperity, New Hampshire Liberty Alliance, and the Cato Institute all warn about the unintended harm to workers of lost jobs, fewer professional services, and reduced economic growth. The New Hampshire Republican platform promises voters before the election that we, quote, minimize business regulations, permits, licensing, regulations, and paperwork. Please press the green button so that we can study this issue in September.
The question before us is the majority report of interim study on House Bill 1019. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Commerce and Consumer Affairs, to which was referred House Bill 1028FN, an act relative to the form of individual health insurance policies, having considered the same, report the same with the recommendation that the bill be referred for interim study. Representative Max Abramson from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Joyce Weston for the minority of the committee. The motion before us is the report of referred for interim study on House Bill 1028FN. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted.
Mr. Speaker, this is division with PIs, no debate.
Majority of the Committee on Commerce and Consumer Affairs, to which was referred House Bill 1380, an act relative to the installation of solar photovoltaic energy systems by owners subject to deed restrictions in a homeowners association. When considered the same, report the same with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative John Hunt for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, report the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Constance Van Houten for the minority of the committee. This is going to be a division vote. We only have PIs. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is the Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1380. This is going to be a division vote. The chair recognizes Representative Bolio for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that solar energy is efficient and environmentally friendly, and if I know that many homeowners associations are operating under documents that are decades old with limited mechanisms for change, and that this bill would simplify, render sections about solar installation unenforceable, and finally, if I know that this bill is enabling and not a mandate, and that would just open the door for owners in homeowners associations who own their own buildings and land to install solar energy systems, then would I push the red button to overturn the motion of inexpedient to legislate on HB 1380 so that another motion can be made. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Representative Patuchuk for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Despite the co-sponsor's contention that this bill is enabling and not mandatory, it will require any homeowners association to permit a solar panel to be placed on a homeowner's home.
The member will suspend. This is a parliamentary inquiry.
Oh, it's the PI. I'm sorry, sir. Okay, 1380. Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that any homeowner in a homeowners association can have solar collectors if their fellow members of their homeowners association agree, would I now press the green button to vote yes for inexpedient to legislate? Speaker.
The motion before us is the Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1380. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? House will attend to the state of the vote. 200 voting yea, 131 voting nay. Committee report is adopted.
They're fine. The Committee on Commerce, to which was referred House Bill 1413, an act relative to privacy of online customer information. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Joyce Weston for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Max Abramson for the minority of the committee. The member from Seabrook, Representative Abramson, is recognized to speak against the committee report.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this bill was introduced to us by a number of Republicans. It was a partisan bill, to be fair, but it was a Republican platform bill. This bill simply prevents internet service providers from selling or disclosing your personal information and web browsing history to multinational corporations, foreign governments, advertisers, and increasingly Orwellian federal agencies. The Republican platform calls on us to, quote, protect the privacy of individuals from government agencies and employees who abuse their power and position, unquote. The voters of this state just a few years ago passed a measure by a margin of about 10-1, adding the right to privacy to our state constitution. We were assured at the hearing that internet service providers hadn't yet given away your browsing history, passwords, personal information, bandwidth usage statistics, and the number of connected devices in your home yet. I am currently studying cybersecurity, and contrary to the majority report, internet service providers definitely do have access to the internet traffic about you, your home, and everything related to your IP and MAC addresses. Again, we are told not to do anything about these potential abuses because no one knows about actual abuses yet. Do we wait for crimes to happen before we legislate against them? Do we wait for bridges to collapse before we repair them? Do we wait for inflation to get out of control before we tighten down on the money supply? Do we wait until AIDS kills 800,000 Americans before implementing harm reduction measures? Well, yes, but the right thing to have done would have been to prevent these problems before they had occurred. Red button.
The member from Plymouth, Representative Weston, is recognized to speak in support of the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There is no reason to oppose this bill. I'm sorry, I was rather unprepared for this. The online information cannot be shared by the, shoot, I'm sorry. I'm going to wave on this. I'm sorry.
The question before the House is the Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1413. Representative Abramson requests a roll call vote. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is not sufficiently seconded. This will be a division vote. Members, take your seats.
Members of the House, a button was inadvertently hit to update display, and it's right next to the lock all member desks button, so please just turn your stations back on. Nothing nefarious happened, I promise.
The House will come to order. Representative Abramson is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I do know that your internet service provider does have access to literally all of your web traffic, by definition, if I know that this simple bill attempts to prevent internet service providers from knowingly or intentionally giving that information away when requested by spy agencies or even foreign companies or foreign corporations. If I know that some internet service providers want legal protections like this so that they don't have to comply with requirements even by foreign divisions within their own company, would I press the red button?
Representative Potacek is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that internet service providers, also known as ISPs, have no access to anyone's personal data and the bill conflicts with federal privacy requirements for ISPs, would I now press the green button to vote yes for inexpedient to legislate? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question is on the Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll be pressing the green button. If you're opposed, you'll be pressing the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 289 having voted in the affirmative, 47 in the negative. The committee report is adopted. The majority of the Committee on Commerce and Consumer Affairs, to which was referred House Bill 1503 FN, an act exempting the developer, seller, or facilitator of the exchange of an open blockchain token from certain securities laws. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Keith Ammon for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill be referred for interim study. Representative Joyce Weston for the minority of the committee. The committee report is 0828H, printed on House Record 10A, pages 66 to 75. The question's on the committee amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The question now is on the... For what reason does the member rise?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to make a motion. My motion is to move to table on 1503. I also request a division vote.
The motion is to lay House Bill 1503 on the table. Division vote's been requested. Members, please take your seats. Who requested a roll call? Osborne. Representative Osborne requests a roll call. Is that sufficiently? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, still please take your seats. All right, the House will come to order. Representative Van Houten is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this bill is premature because amended drafts and the results of both state and federal commissions on the subject will be coming out very shortly in just a few months, would I now push the green button to table this bill to await further information? Thank you.
Representative Osborne is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that while we have a lot of work to do this week, this is probably going to be the most interesting debate we're going to hear all week, would I now press the red button?
The question is whether to lay House Bill 1503 on the table. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 149 having voted in the affirmative, 188 in the negative. The motion to table fails. The member from Manchester, Representative Herbert, is recognized to speak against the committee report.
Anytime?
He's recognized you. Representative, you've been recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to the proposed bill. It's really a pretty dramatic vote today. I would think this is maybe the most dramatic vote of the House in this session. The bill wants to establish a Bitcoin cryptocurrency and legitimize it. And as a result of that, it will change about 500 years worth of banking that we know it. Westphalian banking is what it's called. And that was where the nation state has sovereignty. And the cryptocurrency ecology is based on secrecy and anonymity, and as a result will be a direct competitor to the banking establishment that is almost 500 years old. So it's not an unimportant, insignificant bill that we're discussing. The cryptocurrency ecology is the preferred financial system for organized crime around the world. It was designed for that purpose, and it's very good at it, as a matter of fact. It makes it very difficult for law enforcement to enforce the law. It's very difficult to find out who's selling what and who's buying what, because secrecy is its calling card. Some promoters of the ecosystem maintain that there will eventually be a public ledger, and that would be a Westphalian type of thing where there is a third party that oversees and records what goes on in the cryptocurrency environment. But that is not a certainty. That is an opinion. It's normative. That is not a positive statement. We don't know exactly how that's going to happen. And in fact, there are a lot of faults and weaknesses that will make it very, very hard for us to have a public ledger which would allow us to see who's buying what and who's selling what and what is what. The interesting thing, it was said that this is the Wild West. They make that connection. They say it's just like the Wild West, only except this is in finance. Unfortunately, there's some accuracy there, but I think it falls short of actually telling us what the difficulties are going to be like. Cryptocurrency has a unique feature that allows it to be everywhere and nowhere at the same time. So you can see the difficulties we are going to have if this bill ever becomes law. There is going to be a very, very hard pushback against this kind of legislation for the reasons that people are concerned that the nation state, the sovereignty of the nation state, will be compromised. And as a matter of fact, the cryptocurrency ecology is being used today to get around some of the sanctions that the United States has put forward on Russia because of its invasion of the Ukraine. And we can't do anything about it because this cryptocurrency ecology is well established around the world. So if the United States says, well, we don't want to have the Bitcoin, China has already done that, that doesn't matter. There will be a mining facility and an exchange facility put in another country. And already this ecology is very well established. I'm afraid this may be the Pandora's box. It's opened. And so now we have a situation where the sovereignty of the United States monetary system is going to be compromised, as will other nation states. So for those reasons, and there are a lot of different reasons, in addition to that, it's not as foolproof. There's the 51% rule. Somebody can actually get 51% of the Bitcoin, and that basically allows them to attack any state effort that might be made. So it's very problematic. I think at minimum it needs to be studied. I'm not saying that it can't work. I'm just saying the concerns are real, and there are no answers that satisfy my standards to put this to legitimize this particular financial system. So I urge you to put it on hold or don't pass it, for heaven's sake. But if I was the governor, I would have fired the banking commissioner by now. And it needs study, and I think we can do that. And maybe we can come up with something that will actually get the best of Bitcoin without the compromises of ruining the sovereignty of the nation states. Thank you.
Does a member yield for a question?
Normally I'd say no, Timmy, but okay, I'll take it.
You may inquire.
Thank you for taking my question. I was just reading through the bill, and I'm curious if your interpretation is the same as mine. The plain text language in this bill would seem to read like it would allow a financial institution to simply get involved with blockchain stuff and exempt all of their operations from these security laws that are cited. And it doesn't seem to only exempt their blockchain operations from the securities laws. So is there anything in this legislation that's going to prevent some other bank or day trader or some other existing financial institution from just selling a Bitcoin to exempt themselves from all of the state's financial statutes?
I would say that's possible. There's a lot of work that needs to be done to tighten up regulation to protect our sovereignty here in the United States and any nation state. The Westphalian system's been around for 5 centuries. And it's not perfect, as we all know. Banks collapse and capitalists fall over, and socialists get authoritarian on us. So that there are a lot of problems in the banking system that exist today. But it has gotten through 5 centuries. Bitcoin is significantly different than the system we have now. I am not comfortable with it at all. And there are, I think, criminals are always way ahead of the government when something new comes along. So we need to work a lot harder on this and not be so libertarian, if you will, and see if we can't get something that will actually work. Thank you.
The member from Seabrook, Representative Abramson, is recognized to speak in support of the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 1503 and the language in it was discussed for a long time at the Universal Commerce Commission, our own convention of the states that's held every year in Chicago. HB 1503 would exempt holders of blockchain tokens from certain securities rules as they are not trading in securities. Several other states are moving, including Wyoming, are moving through similar legislation to attract business holders of these keys, similar to the online safe deposit boxes. And we need to attract new business and new industries by protecting new startups from onerous regulations that lenders currently face. After all, these companies are not lenders. They don't have access to the contents of the blockchain and are innovating in the field of protecting Bitcoin, Litecoin, Dogecoin, and other new technologies. Recently, Coinbase has just announced that they are now blocking access to over 25,000 Russian Coinbase accounts. That means that this foreign exchange site has arbitrary power to take away anyone's access to their own cryptocurrency on a whim, or even close off access to altcoins that are used for other purposes, such as storing information, patents, official documents, news articles, or proof of ownership or authorship. While New Hampshire currently has no applications for registered blockchain tokens yet, consumers clearly need more options for this newly developed technology than what is currently out there. Green button.
The member from Plymouth, Representative Weston, is recognized to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, I'm going to provide you with some solid reasons to oppose this bill as we amended it this morning. To respond to Representative Smith, I don't have trouble with the first part of the amended bill, which exempts the blockchain token from security laws under certain circumstances. But I do have a problem with the second part of the bill, which is to adopt Article 12 of the Uniform Commercial Code, known as the UCC. Why do I object to this new article? Because we don't know yet what's in it. In our committee hearings, we were given a draft, which was drafted in December of last year, and I had some serious problems with certain elements of that draft. Even the Uniform Law Commission, the group writing these laws, admitted that there were issues with the draft. Amendment 0828, which we just voted on, includes updated rules from the ULC, and those were an improvement, but those rules are still a draft. The Commission is meeting again this spring to work on the issue further, and the final product is promised to come sometime this summer. So, my question is, what's the hurry? I don't know about you, but I would not write a blank check, nor would I sign a contract without reading it. Meanwhile, on February 9th, Governor Sununu submitted the executive order establishing a commission on cryptocurrencies and digital assets. He's pulling in all the experts to explore this complex issue, and the report's due out on August 8th. That's only 5 months from now. Is it really appropriate for us to jump ahead of the results of that commission? Then on March 9th, just last week, President Biden signed an executive order to call on the federal government, in coordination with the Federal Reserve, to examine the risks and benefits of cryptocurrencies. The measures in his upcoming study focus on 6 key areas: consumer protection, financial stability, illicit activity, U.S. competitiveness, financial inclusion, and responsible innovation. In our brief commerce hearings, we didn't touch on half of that. There's a lot more to consider here than what we had in our brief commerce hearings. So wouldn't it be prudent for us to wait for these reports? They should be out this year. They're coming out in the second half of 2022. The other thing I wanted to mention is that we're approaching the 78th anniversary of the Bretton Woods Conference. I'm really proud that the American dollar has maintained its role as a standard for reserve currencies since 1944. I recognize that we need to establish rules to contain the threat of a second currency in our economy. But right now, I think we need to slow down, let the experts do their work, and then proceed with caution. So please hit the red button to stop this blind and premature acceptance of an unfinished bill, and I request a division vote.
Final speaker. The member from New Boston, Representative Ammon, is recognized to speak in support of the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 5 years ago, I was before this body talking about cryptocurrency and saying it was going to be a big deal. It's going to be as big a deal as the internet. And maybe not many people believed me back then, but you can see, our other speaker mentioned that the governor issued an executive order. The President of the United States issued an executive order, both to create a commission to study. So it is a big deal. What this bill does is it implements the result of another commission, and it's called the Uniform Law Commission. And they have a draft. It's called Article 12, and it is the Uniform Commercial Code on Emerging Technologies. And this draft, the current bill, is a glide path to implement this new article of the UCC. We would be the first state to do it. Now, the Uniform Commercial Code is designed to help interstate commerce. It's state-level law that lots of states adopt. RSA 382 of our New Hampshire RSAs, we have adopted Articles 1 through 9 with the exception of Article 6, which is now obsolete. So Article 12 is going to deal with new technologies. We're currently in something called the fourth industrial revolution. You may have heard of the Industrial Revolution. The first was steam and water power. The second was the locomotive, the telegraph, and the electrification. The third was the digital revolution with computers. We're in the fourth industrial revolution, and you may have heard the expression that data is the new oil. Controllable electronic records, it's kind of an abstraction of multiple things. And that's what the Uniform Commercial Code Article 12 deals with. These are the building blocks of the future of the global economy. And there are things like digital assets. You've heard of cryptocurrencies. There are things like stable coins that are tied to the US dollar. The US dollar currently represents 97% of all stable coins. So cryptocurrency is giving the US dollar the biggest market globally. So it doesn't undermine the dollar, it actually enhances it. You may have heard of NFTs, non-fungible tokens, electronic promissory notes. So these are things like smart contracts that you can automate financial transactions. These are big topics. I'm happy to talk for hours with any of you afterwards. But keep in mind, this is a $1 trillion global industry. By New Hampshire being the first to adopt UCC Article 12, we will be ahead of the pack. We'll attract entrepreneurs, innovators, young engineers that are interested in this topic to our state, and that is the benefit of adopting this bill. So I ask you to support the bill as amended and vote green.
Does the member yield for a question?
I do.
Representative Perez, you may inquire.
Thank you for taking my question. Do you know, by any chance, other countries that have been using this currency already and they've been benefiting from even having a Bitcoin city?
Are you talking about El Salvador?
Yes.
Yeah, so the country of El Salvador has adopted Bitcoin as in their legal tender laws. So you can buy, if I understand correctly, you can buy coffee and so forth. There's a lot of complaint about the mining process of Bitcoin, using electricity, using too much energy. But in El Salvador, they're actually using geothermal energy from a volcano for the country to mine Bitcoin. And they're developing bonds for the country based on the output of that mining. Is that what you're asking?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Thank you for answering my question.
Thank you.
The question is on the Majority Committee report of ought to pass as amended. Are you ready for the question? Who requested the roll call? Is that sufficiently seconded? It is. This will be a roll call vote. Members, please take your seats. The House will come to order. Representative Fargo is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that understanding the consequences of using cryptocurrency and digital assets at a national and state level takes time and effort, and that these assets can be extremely volatile investment and with serious scalability issues. And if I know the President signed an executive order last Wednesday to study digital assets on a federal level, while the Uniform Commercial Code, or the UCC Council, is still working on Article 12 and will be making more changes when they meet again in June. And if I know that we will have the report from the Governor's Commission in August, a commission that was established to deal with these assets in a safe and responsible way so that New Hampshire can continue to advance necessary reforms, promote economic growth, foster innovation, and meet the changing customer needs while ensuring safety, soundness, and consumer protection. And finally, if I know that passing this legislation today is premature, we do not need to be first in the nation on this technology, and an alternative solution of interim study would allow us to have all the information from the federal government, the Governor's Commission, and the latest UCC amendments to enable us to move forward progressively. Then would I oppose the ought to pass as amended by pressing the red button so we can introduce another motion.
Representative Edwards is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that had I followed the vision of our representative from New Boston 5 years ago, I'd be filthy rich. And if I knew that this bill would help put New Hampshire in the leader position in these emerging financial technologies, and that in turn would indicate to the world that New Hampshire is in fact seen as tech-friendly, and that would therefore create a new clean industry that would bring in new engineering and investor roles into the state. If I knew those things, would I greenlight this bill by pressing the green button?
The question is the Majority Committee report of ought to pass as amended. If you're in favor, you'll be pressing the green button. If you're opposed, you'll be pressing the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 187 having voted in the affirmative, 150 in the negative, the committee report is adopted. The majority of the Committee on Commerce and Consumer Affairs, to which is referred House Bill 1583 FN, an act relative to locations and days of operation of state liquor stores. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative John Hunt for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Max Abramson for the minority of the committee. The committee amendment is 0838H, printed on House Record 10A on pages 79 to 80. The question is on the committee amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The question now is on the Majority Committee report of ought to pass as amended. The member from Seabrook, Representative Abramson, is recognized to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to the majority report of ought to pass with amendment on Representative Horgan's bill HB 1583. HB 1583 would allow state liquor stores to be open on Easter Sunday, Christmas, and Thanksgiving, and to open up right next to churches, chapels, and parish houses. Yet we were told at public hearings that the liquor stores can't find workers who will leave the family at church or supper on these 3 hallowed days of thanks, prayer, and reflection. An improbable and negligible amount of state revenue did not seem reason enough to open up liquor stores on the holiest of days, nor to disturb the quiet enjoyment of families who might not see each other on the more hectic 362 days a year. If there's no revenue to be gained, why introduce the bill? What does it purport to accomplish? Anyone so desperate for hard liquor but poor of planning ought to accept their fate on Easter Sunday and acquiesce to the great variety of beer and wine in our many private sector stores. The 10 Commandments warns us to honor the Sabbath and keep it holy. In this increasingly noisy, distracted, hectic world, can't we reserve 3 holidays a year, honoring the birth of our nation, the birth of our Savior, and the hope of everlasting life? 3 days of quiet enjoyment by our families. The Republican platform recognizes the importance of faith, and so should we. Red button.
The member from Derry, Representative Potacek, is recognized to speak in support of the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as introduced, this bill changes the regulation on places of operation of the state liquor stores and allows state liquor stores to be open on Easter. The committee amendment replaces the original bill and removes references to any one holiday. The current law allows the Liquor Commission to open on holidays with the agreement from the state employees already working there, so removing actual days from the statute seems more appropriate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Abramson has requested a division vote. This will be a division vote. Members, please take your seats. The question is on the Majority Committee report of ought to pass with amendment. This is a division vote. Representative Abramson is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that the state-run liquor stores are state-run, that that's us, that we have only one government, that it's not a private company, if I know that Easter Sunday, Christmas, and Thanksgiving are three of the most hallowed days of the year in our culture, and if I know that for many families, these 3 days, or only one of them, are the only days that they can sit down for quiet reflection and thanks for what we have as a country, would I now press the red button and support the Republican platform?
Representative Potacek is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I believe in KISS, keeping it short and simple, and not have any particular religious holidays in the RSAs, would I now press the green button to vote yes for ought to pass with amendment? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The questions on the Majority Committee report of ought to pass as amended. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll be pressing the green button. If you're opposed, you'll be pressing the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. (278) having voted in the affirmative, 58 in the negative. The committee report's adopted. The majority of the Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, to which was referred CACR 20, an act relating to personal liberty, providing that adults shall have the right to possess cannabis for personal consumption. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Dave Testerman for the majority of the committee. For what reason does the member rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to make a motion to table CACR 20.
Representative Abbas moves that CACR 20 be laid on the table. Are you ready for the question? Division has been requested. This will be a division vote. Members, take your seats. The question is whether to lay CRCA 20 on the table. This is a division vote. Representative Abramson is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this proposal would simply ask the voters to consider amending the state constitution to get the state out of the issue of cannabis entirely, if I know that we've worked on this issue and these three bills in particular for a very long time, and if I know that the other bills that have been mentioned, we have no idea what's going to happen to them, and those other bills should not influence your decision on a tabling motion, would I now press the red button to vote down the tabling motion?
Representative Abbas is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that CACR 20 would allow an unlimited amount of possession of cannabis for personal use, and Mr. Speaker, lastly, if I know that if such a constitutional amendment was adopted, it would make it very difficult to ever implement any type of recreational program with any type of regulations, should I go ahead and push that green button and support that motion to table? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question is whether to lay CRCA 20 on the table. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll be pressing the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 165 having voted in the affirmative, 166 in the negative. The motion fails. The House will come to order. The question is on the Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate. The member from Seabrook, Representative Abramson, is recognized to speak against the committee report.
Landslide. Do you want me to start? Do you want me to start?
That's because you told us you were going to be later.
The House will come to order. The member has a right to be heard. The member from Seabrook, Representative Abramson, is recognized to speak against the committee report.
All right, I'll be short. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise against the ITL motion on CACR 20. The war on drugs has been a war on marijuana. At one point, 85% of arrests and as many as incarcerated on drug arrests and drug laws were serving time for marijuana possession. 88% of those, as we heard in committee, were Black, Latino, or American Indian. Most of these Americans are, in fact, caged and forced to work for literal nothing, literal slavery. My ancestors fought and died in the Civil War to end black slavery, yet it's comeback in this form of this insane war on drugs. Incarceration of nonviolent drug and gun offenders puts poor and brown Americans behind bars to be used as actual prison slave labor. Mr. Speaker, as Frederick Douglass said, and as I have said on this floor many times, taxation of wages is slavery. Taxing our constituents at the rate of $54,386 per year per pot smoker accomplishes nothing but the breakdown in respect for the rule of law and the breakdown of our families. We cannot arrest our way out of this problem. Red button.
The member from Dover, Representative Conley, is recognized to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, I rise against the motion of inexpedient to legislate. New Hampshire voters overwhelmingly support legalizing cannabis, yet the legislature has failed to make good on their wishes. This bill would let voters decide whether or not to legalize recreational cannabis using the constitutional amendment process. With a simple yes or no vote, residents could consider this simple question. All adults shall have the right to possess cannabis intended for their personal consumption. That's it. That's what this would do. If it passes, the issue would almost certainly come back to this chamber to set some reasonable guardrails for how it would work. If it fails, we could put this issue to rest once and for all for a few years. Let's put it to voters and see what they say. Thank you.
Representative Abbas is recognized to speak in support of the committee report. The last speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'll repeat myself. This CACR 20, would allow any individual who would grant them the constitutional right to possess as much cannabis as they want without any restriction, provided it's intended for its personal use. There's no definition of that. It's just, that's how it is. All the bills that we've worked very hard on in a bipartisan manner would all be deemed unconstitutional. We would have to start over from scratch. This would be a step backwards. And with that being said, we have two other CACRs that follow this on the same subject, cannabis. And I'll say it this time and carry it over. Is the state constitution the best place to list cannabis or marijuana policies? I believe not. So please join me and push the green button, support the committee's recommendation of inexpedient to legislate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question is on the Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate on CACR 20. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? We've had a request for a division. This will be a division vote. Members, take your seats. The House will come to order. The question is on the Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate on CACR 20. Representative Especia is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I believe that the issue of cannabis has been discussed for years now and that it is popular amongst many of our constituents, and if I believe that the prime sponsor of this bill, our former colleague from Hampton, worked incredibly hard on this issue for so many years, and if I believe that if I believe that this is a steep issue to put it on the as a constitutional amendment, but that it may be time to give it to the voters, then would I now vote to overturn the ITL of the CACR?
Representative Abbas is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that CACR 20 would allow any adult, which I presume is over the age of 18 because it doesn't say 21, to possess an unlimited amount of cannabis. And Mr. Speaker, lastly, if I know that if the federal prohibition were to ever be removed, and I certainly hope it does one day, that the likely age of regulation would be 21, similar to alcohol and tobacco, and therefore this constitutional amendment would conflict with potential future federal law, would I go ahead and push that green button to support the committee's recommendation of inexpedient to legislate? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The questions on the majority committee report of inexpedient to legislate. If you are in favor, you'll be pressing the green button. If you're opposed, you'll be pressing the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 214 having voted in the affirmative, 121 in the negative. The committee report is adopted. The majority of the Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, to which was referred CACR 34, an act relating to the use, sale, or cultivation of cannabis, providing that the state shall make no law prohibiting the use, sale, or cultivation of cannabis for persons over 18 years of age. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Dave Testerman for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Chris True for the minority of the committee. For what reason does the member rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to make a motion to table CACR 34.
Representative Abbas moves that CACR 34 be laid on the table. Are you ready for the question? Somebody request a division? Division vote has been requested. This will be a division vote. Members, please take your seats. The question is whether to lay CACR 34 on the table. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll be pressing the green button. If you're opposed, you'll be pressing the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 266 having voted in the affirmative, 68 in the negative. CACR 34 is laid on the table.
Majority Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, to which was referred CACR 35. It's awful noisy in here. An act relating to cannabis, providing that all adults have the right to possess, use, and cultivate cannabis, subject to regulation by the legislature. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Dave Testament from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative John Burt from the minority of the committee. For what reason does the member rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to make a motion to table CACR 35.
That is a proper motion. The motion before us is to table CACR 35. Are you ready for the question? Division has been requested. Members take their seats. The motion before us is to table CACR 35. This is going to be a division vote. If you're in favor, you will press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? House will attend to the state of the vote. 260 voting yea, 75 voting nay. The tabling motion passes. Thank you. Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, to which was referred House Bill 1004FN, an act relative to penalties for failure to provide information after an animal injury. When considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Harriet Gothright for the committee. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and committee report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, to which was referred House Bill 1017FN, an act establishing criminal penalties for harming or threatening to harm an essential worker. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative John Burt for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and been unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Ray Newman for the minority of the committee. Question before us is the majority report of inexpedient to legislate. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, to which was referred House Bill 1072, an act establishing a criminal penalty for denying an elected school district official access to any school district facilities, documents, or events. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Terry Roy from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Ray Newman for the minority of the committee. For what reason does a member rise?
To make a motion, Mr. Speaker.
State your motion.
I motion to table House Bill 1072.
It is a proper motion. The motion before us is to table House Bill 1072. Roll call has been requested. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is a tabling motion on House Bill 1072. This is going to be a roll call vote. The chair recognizes Representative Allard for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that we have not yet sufficiently addressed issues of privacy and safety for students and staff in our schools, and if I know that we further have not addressed limitations for things like employee personnel files, and if I know, Mr. Speaker, that we should not advance any bill from this House that has not sufficiently addressed its concerns, would I now press the green button and support the tabling motion?
Chair recognizes Representative Steve Pearson for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this bill prevents the silencing of political detractors by school officials, and Mr. Speaker, if I know this does not allow any access to anything that is prohibited currently by state or federal law, And finally, Mr. Speaker, if I know that this enables elected officials to properly conduct their jobs for the people that elected them to do it, would I now press the red button to defeat this tabling motion? Thank you.
The motion before us is to table House Bill 1072. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend the state of the vote. 169 voting yea, 161 voting nay. The motion to table passes. Majority of the Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, to which was referred House Bill 1085. I would hope that this noise level does not continue for the rest of the day. An act relative to ignition lock requirements. Having considered the same, report the same with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Manny Espedia for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee. Having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority report with the following resolution, resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Linda Harriet Garthright for the minority of the committee. The question before us is the majority report of ought to pass on House Bill 1085. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. All set? Hold that poll. We're going to be taking our lunch break now, but before anybody leaves, let me clarify where we're at. On Friday, we learned that the State House cafeteria would be closed for the week. Many of you utilized that service before because it is so close, convenient, and very good food. So for lunch today, to accommodate those of you who don't want to go off campus, we have complimentary pizza downstairs in the cafeteria. The pizza is made possible by the generosity of the sponsors, the New Hampshire Home Builders Association and Legislative Solutions. Please be sure to thank them. We do have a limited quantity, so we're going to ask you to take one slice at a time and make sure everyone who wants a piece can do so. Pizza will be served. This is really pretty important, so listen to this. Pizza will be served on the kitchen side of the cafeteria area, and the basement level dining room and members' lounge on the first floor are available for seating. For those of you who choose to go off campus, just be sure you're back here at 2 o'clock. We understand Tansy's may have their session day buffet. There are also a number of restaurants within walking distance. For planning purposes, we will not have a luncheon option here tomorrow, but we do plan on having food available at dinner time. And thank you again from the New Hampshire Home Builders Association Legislative Solutions. First of all, I want to thank all our lunch sponsors today, the New Hampshire Home Builders Association and the Legislative Solutions. Just to reaffirm where we're at, I plan on leaving, going till about between 6 and 7 tonight, hopefully about 6:30. There will not be a lunch tomorrow. You'll be on your own for lunch tomorrow. But we do anticipate working into the night tomorrow and Thursday. The New Hampshire Automobile Dealers Association has stepped up to sponsor Thursday's meal for us, and lunch will be provided to us by the Kiwanis Club of Concord. There'll be hot dogs and hamburgers outside in the front. But we still have a lot of work to do, and we're going to start at 9 tomorrow and go to at least 9 o'clock or later tomorrow night. And the same thing on Thursday night, because we still have an awful lot of bills to do. So, all right. Just a minute. So, the more cooperation that we have, the quicker this thing is going to go. Senator Majapudi, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a quick announcement in terms of lunch tomorrow. I'm sponsoring a very limited number of lunch, Indian vegetarian lunch, honoring the welcoming communities, and also our fearless leader that we lost recently, in honoring his life and legacy. It will be individually wrapped Indian food, and it's, again, very limited what I could afford to do it. I'm doing it, and it will be available in room 305 upstairs. Thank you.
Chair recognizes the clerk for a minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Sergeant at Arms delivered a very lovely wallet to me, and I can hear some change in it. It's a Kenneth Cole Reaction wallet. It was found in the ladies' room, so if you'd like to come and retrieve your wallet, please do so, or lunch will be on you tomorrow. Thanks.
Majority on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, to which was referred House Bill 1096FN, an act prohibiting open carrying or display of a deadly weapon within 100 feet of a polling place. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative John Burt for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority report with the recommendation the bill ought to pass, Representative David Muse for the minority of the committee. Chair recognizes Representative Muse to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me start by saying that in this country, I would hope we could agree that no American should ever be threatened with deadly weapons, either explicitly or implicitly, while simply exercising their right to vote. Unfortunately, intimidation by armed individuals has long been a tool that some have used to prevent the full participation by others in our U.S. democracy. During and after Reconstruction, guns were often used to scare black voters away at the polls. That history of armed voter intimidation is not a distant memory. Guns at the polls are a tinderbox near an open flame. In Manchester, during the November 2020 election, an armed man harassed people holding signs for candidates in the electioneering area outside 3 separate polling places. In Charlotte, North Carolina, an armed man was arrested after a polling supervisor asked him to leave a polling place on Election Day, and he returned. In Lane County, Oregon, armed individuals approached voters as they were dropping off their ballots. HB 1096 is a simple, proactive attempt to make our elections safer for all of our citizens. This bill amends our current voter intimidation statute to prohibit open carrying or display of a deadly weapon within 100 feet of a polling place on the days where federal, state, and/or municipal elections are taking place. What the bill does not do is eliminate the right to self-defense. There are exceptions in the bill for voters and election officials who are legally carrying concealed weapons. There are also exceptions for law enforcement officials and even pickup truck owners with shotguns or rifles secured in their gun racks. This bill is needed because under current law, state and local authorities can't prevent people from bringing guns into polling places. The Supreme Court of the United States said it best: "No right is more precious in a free country than of having a voice in the election of those who make the laws under which we as good citizens must live. Other rights, even the most basic, are illusory if the right to vote is undermined." However, the fundamental right to vote without fear or intimidation, vital to our democracy, is endangered when we allow deadly weapons to be displayed as an implicit threat to others, either inside or outside our polling places. In the Heller decision, Justice Antonin Scalia wrote that while the Second Amendment protects the right of law-abiding, responsible citizens to use arms in the defense of hearth and home, he also wrote that nothing in this opinion should be taken to cast doubt on long-standing prohibitions on laws forbidding the carrying of firearms in sensitive places, such as schools or government buildings. Several states, including Georgia, have gone on to interpret sensitive places to include polling places. The bottom line is that HB 1096 doesn't force us to choose between voting rights and Second Amendment rights because it honors both. The right to self-defense is still protected. Absolutely nothing in this bill changes the right of voters or election officials to carry concealed weapons into polling places for self-defense purposes. But one thing would change. Weapons would not be allowed to be displayed openly or near polling places where they have the very real potential to intimidate others who are simply trying to exercise their right to vote. I ask you to vote red to overturn the committee recommendations so another motion can be made, and I ask for a division vote. Thank you.
There's been a request for a roll call before I get to the last speaker. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This is going to be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. Chair recognizes Representative Abbas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the committee's recommendation of inexpedient to legislate. Just to clarify, we often hear quotes from the Supreme Court in the Heller decision. Just so everyone understands, in that case, there was no discussion of New Hampshire's Article 2A, which is, many legal scholars believe, is much more protective of firearm rights than the Second Amendment. There's a lot of things I said last time we were here about an exception for a pickup truck and not being able to open carry on your private property. This bill, HB 1096, contains the same issues. If you live adjacent to a place where it's a polling station, you can be standing on your front lawn. However, because you are within 100 feet of that polling place, you would be violating the law. This would apply if you're driving in your vehicle in a community that you are not familiar with, but you happen to drive by a polling place unknowingly. You would be violating the law. And I go back to that pickup truck exception, and well, I do drive a pickup truck, so I would benefit from that, but I have no understanding why you're excluding an SUV or vans or other vehicles from that. And we hear a lot about intimidation of voters and scaring people. Threatening someone is a crime and against the law, and it always will be. And in New Hampshire, prior legislators were responsible enough to make an enhanced penalty that if you threaten someone with a firearm, it's actually an enhanced penalty and it's a felony. So whether you're at a voting station, a hospital, the grocery store, threatening someone with a firearm is a crime already under New Hampshire law. Therefore, please join me and push the green button and support the committee's recommendation of inexpedient to legislate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
This is a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is the majority report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1096. This is a roll call vote. The chair recognizes Representative Panelakis for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that people should be able to vote without the fear of guns, and I further know that guns are not needed on school grounds, and I believe that people at the polls should have the right to vote without fear, would I now press the red button to vote no on the ITL so another motion can be made? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Burt for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know House Bill 1096 would prohibit open carrying a firearm within 100 feet of a polling place or the electioneering areas, Mr. Speaker, if I know the committee is unaware of any problems with people carrying firearms while voting, and it has been legal in New Hampshire for hundreds of years. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, if I know there are many unintended consequences to House Bill 1096, if passed, would I now press the green button to ITL House Bill 1096? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is the majority report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1096. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Bouchard. Thumbs up or thumbs down? I'll say, Mr. Speaker.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? House will attend the state of the vote. 190 voting yea, 153 voting nay. The committee report is adopted. Chair recognizes the clerk.
Mr. Speaker, the Committee on Enrolled Bills has examined and found correctly enrolled the following entitled bills: Senate Bill 307, House Bill 435, and House Bill 95.
Majority of the Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, to which was referred House Bill 1105, an act relative to earned time credits. Having considered the same, report the same with the recommendation that the bill be referred for interim study. Senator Terry Roy for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and been able to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it's inexpedient to legislate. Representative David Muse for the minority of the committee. The question is on the majority report of interim study on House Bill 1105. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it. Committee report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, to which was referred House Bill 1108, an act relative to the prescribed manner of posting land. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution: resolved that it's inexpedient to legislate. Representative John Burt for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Casey Conley for the minority of the committee. Chair recognizes Representative Conley to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 1108 has become known in our committee as the Purple Paint Bill. It would give property owners flexibility in how they post their property. Posting, for those who don't know, is a process where you prohibit access or limit access to certain activities on your private land. Current law makes very clear how property should be posted. Typically, the owner must use very specific signs. These signs cost money, anywhere from $1 to $10 per sign. They must be placed within 100 yards of each other, and they must be kept in good order. So this basically means the property owner must walk their parcel every year or so, ensuring that it's posted to the letter of the law. For a very large parcel, the cost of buying these signs and replacing these signs can add up. Our committee heard testimony that it is not easy to traverse your property line every year or two. We learned that using nails to post these signs can damage the tree, and some elderly property owners are physically unable to walk their property to meet this law. HB 1108 would give these property owners the ability to mark their land with purple blazes on trees. The method is used in 16 states, and I have full confidence that New Hampshire residents can quickly figure out what a purple blaze means. Property owners who came before our committee asked for choice in how they post their property. They consider this a question of property rights, which is something our state has long considered sacrosanct. I ask that you oppose the ITL so a more appropriate motion can be made. Thank you.
We are on the final speaker. Representative Burt has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. Chair recognizes Representative Burt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we heard from the New Hampshire Division of Forest and Lands. Mr. Speaker, in their letter that they gave us in opposition of this bill, quote, "There are well-established time-tested standards for boundary marking used by licensed surveyors and foresters that are more effective than those proposed in this bill. That is from the New Hampshire Division of Forest and Lands. Mr. Speaker, Fish and Game also spoke. New Hampshire Fish and Game also spoke in front of the committee. And they said Maine passed this. They said more people are hunting on purple painted property in Maine than on any other properties. They said it's very confusing, people don't understand it, and the Maine Fish and Game wish they could get rid of the law. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, we also heard that New Hampshire is unique. We have what is called common land rule. In some states, you don't go on people's properties without getting permission. New Hampshire is unique. We can go on anybody's property unless it's posted. So up in the woods, fields, mountains, we can just walk out into them. That is what is beautiful about New Hampshire. And Mr. Speaker, I've also heard that the National Forest, or the National Parks, has some trails that use purple paint. How confusing is that going to be? And lastly, well, I said lastly once before, but I'll say it again. Lastly, I understand that people can and will just drive down the road and spray paint a tree purple, and then it becomes posted at that point, even if the landowner does not want it. So I hope you will vote to support the ITL. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is the majority report of any expedient to the legislature on House Bill 1108. This is a roll call vote. Members will be in their seats. The chair recognizes Representative Reed for a parliamentary inquiry. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that the New Hampshire Constitution makes clear that property rights, private property rights, are sacrosanct in our state, and if I know that laws regulating the exact way landowners must post their land lest they be forced to allow anyone onto their private property restricts those property rights, and if I know that 1108 would not change any trespass laws but merely give landowners the same choice they have in 26 other states with the use of paint, which is more durable, easier, physically easier to use, and cheaper, states like Texas, Alabama, Florida. And if finally I know that this is so commonly used that major paint brands like Krylon and Rust-Oleum actually create a no trespass purple color for this exact purpose, then Mr. Speaker, would I now press the red button?
Okay. The chair recognizes Representative Burt for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know the committee heard testimony from the New Hampshire Fish and Game Department that their peers in Maine, a state that allows purple paint posting, say purple paint posting is utterly chaos, and often there are more people hunting on purple painted properties than the unposted properties. Mr. Speaker, if I know the committee also heard from the New Hampshire Division of Forest and Lands that the current posting requirements, which the landowner's name and contact information on the signs is a good practice for a number of reasons, i.e. retrieving game animals, notifying landowners of fire suppression activities. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, if I know the committee also heard from the New Hampshire Timberland Owners Association, a land organization whose members own and manage over 1 million acres of land, also opposes House Bill 1108 for many reasons, would I now press the green button to ITL this purple bill? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is the majority report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1108. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? House will attend to the state of the vote. 239 voting yea, 102 voting nay. The committee report's adopted. Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, to which was referred House Bill 1117, an act relative to the circumstances constituting criminal threatening. We consider the same, report the same with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Terry Roy for the committee. The chair recognizes Representative Espedia to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In May of 2021, a white nationalist group named NSC 131 came to Nashua, and they spray painted "Keep New Hampshire White" and also swastikas in a neighborhood that is a majority-minority neighborhood on our public rail trail traversed by so many constituents. Following this, I spoke out as well as we all should be against this hate, and I hope anyone would speak out against it. And they responded that by quote saying that anyone with the name Manny Espitia, state rep or not, has no moral right to throw shade at any true white nationalist New Hampshireite. They said, "You have no right to be here, you're an occupier here, and the days of these types trampling on New England are coming to an end." For some of y'all who have gone through the experience of being threatened, you know that fear that you get that runs down your spine. And what got me through was the support from so many of you in this room on both sides of the aisle, and I appreciate everyone who was there and reached out. We need to crack down on hate speech and neo-Nazis in our state, and that's why I filed this bill. This bill adds the intent to coerce or terrorize the people of one age, sex, gender identity, sexual orientation, race, creed, color, marital status, familial status, mental or physical disability, religion, or national origin to the criminal threatening statute. This bill aims to address anti-Semitic and racist threatening acts like these on public property in New Hampshire communities and allow law enforcement to intervene and prosecute those responsible. Hate speech and threatening in New Hampshire is not an isolated incident, as we've seen all across the state. Similar acts have popped up around communities in New Hampshire for years, from posters with terrorizing images, symbols, and words of graffiti with threatening phrases on our sidewalks. Acts of discrimination and hate are wrong for New Hampshire. Something we all value as in New Hampshire is that we're a welcoming place to people of all backgrounds, race, religion, sex, gender, and creed. Our communities are stronger and safer when we address acts of terrorism, discrimination, and threatening head on. It is time for our state to take a stand, so I ask y'all to please overturn the ITL and support another motion. Thank y'all.
Chair recognizes Representative Abbas to speak for the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the committee's recommendation of inexpedient to legislate. Although I share many of the same concerns as my friend from Nashua, and I think we all agree that what occurred was not okay and is not welcomed in the state. But I support the motion of inexpedient to legislate because the criminal threatening RSA that's on the law today applies to any person, whether anyone who's coerced or terrorized any person, by adding religion, race, any of these other categories. Any person covers all of that already. Everything that, if this law were to apply to that instant, that conduct would have already fallen under the existing law today. For that reason, I ask that you support me and push the green button, support the committee's recommendation of inexpedient to legislate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does the member yield to questions? No. Member does not yield. The motion before us is the ITL motion on HB 1117. Are you ready for the question? A division has been requested. Members take their seats. The motion before us is the committee report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1117. This is going to be a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Harriet Gothright for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know persons placing graffiti on public property for the purpose to coerce or to terrorize, and if I know persons threaten to commit any crime against the property of another for the purpose of terrorizing, I would push the red button so that another motion could be made.
The chair recognizes Representative Rhodes for a parliamentary inquiry. Representative Roy.
Sounds close. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that the current statute currently says all people, and I know that the groups listed in this statute, proposed statute, include all people, and lastly, Mr. Speaker, if I knew that by listing specific groups, you always leave someone out, and you could not get broader than all people, would I not support the committee position of inexpedient to legislate and push the green button? Thank you.
Motion before us is the committee report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1117. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to stay to the vote. 187 voting yea, 154 voting nay. The committee report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, to which was referred House Bill 1127, an act relative to posthumous exonerations and annulments. Having considered the same, report the same with a recommendation that the bill be referred for interim study. Representative John Bourdanet for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with a recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative David Muse for the minority of the committee. Chair recognizes Representative Muse to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always interesting to see what happens when a witch hunt meets moral integrity. Unfortunately, moral integrity doesn't always win, and neither does justice. Willard Uphouse and Goody Cole are two prime examples from our own New Hampshire history. Cole was the victim of an actual witch hunt. She was convicted, flogged, and imprisoned for witchcraft over 200 years ago. Uphouse was the victim of another kind of witch hunt. In the 1950s, he was sentenced to a year in jail for refusing to turn over a list of guests and staff of the World Fellowship Organization to an overzealous New Hampshire Attorney General who wanted to comb through those lists looking for communists and connections to subversive organizations. With the passage of time, it has become increasingly apparent that a great injustice was done to both. HB 1127 is an opportunity for moral integrity to finally triumph. It would not only set the record straight for these two individuals, it would also set the record straight when it comes to our history. The prime sponsor of this bill always took the words of Martin Luther King to heart. The arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends towards justice. While we can't go back in time and erase injustice through this bill, we would have the power, both moral and statutory, to set the record straight, to acknowledge our past mistakes, and to carve out a place in our law that lets future legislators set the record straight for others in similar circumstances. There are some who argue that this is a privilege that is better conferred by the governor. But what we're talking about in these cases aren't pardons for individuals who are still living. What we're talking about is a way for the legislature to set the record straight in those very rare instances when a person who is no longer with us has suffered an incredible injustice at the hands of the state. This word for word this bill is word for word exactly the same bill as another bill that we passed on consent in 2020 that died in the other body because of COVID. I urge you to vote red to reverse the committee recommendation so another motion may be made. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Bordenette for speaking for the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The committee did agree that there was good intent for this bill, and we agreed on the idea that the bill had for it. But during testimony and hearing, we found out that there are some technical legalities that the bill did not address properly, and we need to address those properly. For example, the Goody was convicted by the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Well, if I understand law, the state of New Hampshire cannot annul a conviction of another state. So in this case, I would prefer that we pass the committee's recommendation of interim study so that we can straighten things out and make it correct. Thank you.
The motion before us is the majority report of interim study on House Bill 1127. Are you ready for the question? All those. Division has been requested. Members will take their seats. Again, I would ask that if you want a division or a roll call, let me know before the final speaker so we can move this along. The motion before us is the majority report of interim study on House Bill 1127. This is going to be a division vote. The chair recognizes Representative Conley for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know this bill was a matter of deep personal interest for our former Democratic leader, and if I know this bill gives our state a tool to address historic injustices like that of someone convicted of witchcraft, would I then press the red button to oppose this motion so another one could be made? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Abbas for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that we heard testimony that the legislator does not have the authority to grant an annulment, never mind an annulment to a specific person, should I go ahead and push the green button and support the committee's recommendation of interim study? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is the majority report of interim study on House Bill 1127. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Nordgren. You can't push it now. I need a thumbs up or a thumbs down. Thumbs up or thumbs down.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? House will tend to the state of the vote. 251 voting yea, 88 voting nay. The committee report is adopted. I'd like to give a thank you to Representative Gamallo for providing the flowers in the rostrum this afternoon. For something like that, you can clap. Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, to which was referred House Bill 1178, an act.
This should be.
That's what I got.
Yes, that's right.
An act prohibiting the state from enforcing any federal statute, regulation, or presidential executive order that restricts or regulates the right of the people to keep and bear arms. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative John Burt for the committee. For what reason does the member rise? State your motion.
My motion is to table HB 1266. 1178, sorry.
The motion before us is to table House Bill 1178. Roll call has been requested. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. Members will take your seats. House will be in order. The motion before us is a tabling motion on House Bill 1178. This is going to be a roll call vote. The chair recognizes Representative Bradley for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that keeping firearms and other deadly weapons out of the hands of criminals and criminal gangs is one of the most important duties of both our state and federal governments, and if I know that this bill makes the tough job of federal and state law enforcement officials even tougher, then would I press the green button to table.
The House recognizes Representative Burt for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know what is going on over in the Ukraine, and Mr. Speaker, if I know that both Democrat and Republican attorney generals have opined that New Hampshire law enforcement should not be enforcing any federal laws. Mr. Speaker, and lastly, if I know that I would vote red on this motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is to table House Bill 1178. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Kaplan. Representative Sofakidis.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to the state of the vote. 153 voting yea, 187 voting nay. The motion to table fails. The question is now on the amendment 0479H, printed in House Record 10A, page 17. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? The question is on the amendment. If you're in favor, say aye. Aye. If you're opposed, say nay. No. The amendment passes. The question now is on the ought to pass as amended. The chair recognizes Representative Muse to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As amended, HB 1178 is bad public policy that would prohibit state, local, and county police from enforcing and cooperating with the enforcement of any U.S. firearms law, federal regulation, or presidential executive order that we also don't have on the books here in New Hampshire. What often gets lost in this debate is that there are relatively few federal gun laws on the books anyway. The ones that we do have on the books are similar to the laws that we have in New Hampshire that make it illegal to straw purchase a firearm on behalf of another person or to provide a gun to someone who is banned from having one. The problem is that existing state and federal laws alone have not been enough to stop criminals specializing in trafficking guns across state lines to other criminals and criminal gangs. That's where the recent efforts of the Biden administration come in. In 2021, the President announced the formation of strike forces intended to sharply curtail significant firearms traffic in corridors that have diverted guns to 5 major urban areas. Also announced were programs to work with states to gather data on firearms trafficking for policymakers, as well as rules that have yet to be finalized to stop the proliferation of ghost guns. Ghost guns, for those of you who may not be familiar with them, are unmarked guns without serial numbers that are sold as components in kit form. These kits are easy to assemble. Often they come 80% pre-assembled and are currently exempt from background checks, making them hugely attractive to criminals. While HB 1178 may have the stated purpose of protecting Second Amendment rights, what it would also do is undermine cooperation between state and federal law enforcement in a very critical area. The result is easy to predict: more guns winding up in the hands of more dangerous criminals. HB 1178 is not about protecting gun rights. Our state and federal constitutions already do a pretty good job of that. What HB 1178 is scoring political points by driving a divisive and unnecessary wedge between the state and federal government when it comes to keeping guns out of the hands of criminals. It also has the very real potential of greatly increasing the flow of illegal firearms, including ghost guns, into and out of our state. The bottom line is HB 1178 does not make New Hampshire any safer for our residents, our law enforcement personnel, or our visitors. Please press the red button so another motion may be made. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Lynn to speak for the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are fortunate to live in a state that strongly supports the right to keep and bear arms. Unfortunately, at the federal level, under the current administration, that is not the case. Indeed, based upon its actions to date, it seems clear that the present administration in Washington regards the Second Amendment as a pesky nuisance, that it would repeal in a heartbeat if it had the power to do so. But since it doesn't have that power, it has set about a course of legislative and regulatory proposals, the aim of which is to effectively emasculate the Second Amendment through the strategy of death by 1,000 cuts. HB 1178 is designed to ensure that New Hampshire never becomes complicit in that strategy. The provisions of the bill are simple and straightforward. Section 1 of the bill says that no personnel or financial resources of this state or its political subdivisions shall be used to enforce, administer, or cooperate with the federal government in the enforcement of any federal law, regulation, or executive order regarding the regulation of firearms, ammunition, firearms components, etc., that is inconsistent with New Hampshire law regarding the same subject matters. Because, as in most states, New Hampshire law enforcement has a long history of cooperating with federal authorities in many areas of mutual interest. Section 2 of the bill makes it clear that the prohibitions in Section 1 do not apply when federal authorities are investigating someone as to whom there is reasonable suspicion to believe he or she has committed a violation of state law or a violation of a federal law not covered by Section 1. Section 2 also allows state authorities to provide their federal counterparts with publicly available information, criminal history information, or information needed to fulfill New Hampshire's responsibilities under the National Crime Prevention and Privacy Contract. Under the leadership of the chair and the prime sponsor, the representative from Goffstown of the Criminal Justice Committee, that committee worked very hard to achieve consensus on this legislation among various stakeholders. It includes provisions, for example, suggested by the New Hampshire Attorney General and by the NRA, Gun Owners of America, all of whom have reviewed the bill's language and are on board with it. I respectfully ask that you support this bill by pressing the green button. Thank you. And Mr. Speaker, I would request a roll call vote on this.
A roll call, a roll call has been requested. That's sufficiently seconded. It is sufficiently seconded. Members will take their seats. This will be a roll call vote. Oh, for me, I'm sorry. Yeah, yes.
Mr. Speaker, I have a question for you. Have the rules of decorum in this body changed? It was my understanding that we are never to assume motives of other people, and the previous speaker very definitely did ascribe to the President of the United States and many others motives that may or may not be accurate.
You are correct, Representative, and unfortunately, it was said before I got a chance to say anything because I didn't know it was going to be said. So the rest of his testimony was without malice, I believe. The question before us is the ought to pass with amendment motion on 1178. This is a roll call vote. The chair recognizes Representative Bradley for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that keeping firearms and other deadly materials out of the hands of criminals and criminal gangs is one of the most important duties of both our state and federal governments, and if I know that the bill makes this tough on federal and state law enforcement, and it makes it even tougher, then would I press the red button so another motion can be made?
Chair recognizes Representative Burt for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know House Bill 1178 would prohibit the state from enforcing any federal statute, regulations, or presidential executive orders that restrict or regulates the right of the people to keep and bear arms. Mr. Speaker, if I know over the years on many topics, both Democrat and Republican attorney generals have opined that New Hampshire law enforcement should not been enforcing federal laws. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, if I know this is a simple concept, state and local police are hired, trained, and compensated with the state and local tax dollars. It makes no sense to divert those scant resources to enforce federal laws that, if they are to be enforced, should properly be enforced by federal law enforcement. Would I now press that very bright green button and pass this common sense Second Amendment bill? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is the committee report of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1178. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? House will attend to the state of the vote. 190 voting yea, 147 voting nay. The committee report is adopted. What reason does a member rise?
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to have the remarks of the previous speakers put in the permanent journal.
the debate. The request is to have the remarks from the debate printed in the permanent journal. Without objection, the question before the House is should the remarks.
Then I would ask for a division vote, please.
Pardon?
Could I ask for a division vote, please?
Division vote has been requested. Members will take their seats. This will be on printing the remarks from the previous debate in the permanent journal. The motion before us is to print the remarks in the permanent journal from the past debate. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Herbert. Representative Herbert. Yes or no, please?
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to state of the vote. 197 voting yea, 141 voting nay. The remarks will be printed from the previous debate. Majority of the Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, to which was referred 1266. House will come to order. An act relative to restrictions on enforcement of federal immigration laws. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment. The recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Terry Roy for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Linda Harriet Gothright for the minority of the committee. The amendment is 0914H, printed in House Record 10A. On page 37. The question is on the amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor of the amendment, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Representative Harriet Gothright to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The amendment, as well as the underlying bill, is a far reach for an issue that's not there. At the moment, the fair and impartial police policy adopted by various departments state that they will cooperate with Immigration and Customs Enforcement, ICE, if there has been a valid warrant. Therefore, the amendment creates another issue around valid warrants versus requests. The bill is confusing, vague, and oppressive to many. This bill requires municipalities to violate the 4th and 14th Amendments and will subject these entities to liability for those violations. Remember that a person's presence in the United States in violation of immigration laws standing alone is not a crime. Immigration violations are mostly civil, not criminal in nature. ICE detainers are issued by ICE agents themselves without any authorization or oversight by a judge or other neutral decision makers. ICE detainers are not warrants, but a mere request. It is not a crime for an undocumented person to remain in the United States. The bill contributes to the rise in hate and injustice perpetuated by national anti-immigrant organizations. This bill undermines community trust in law enforcement and will make New Hampshire less safe, perhaps maybe less likely to report a crime or even testify as a witness to a crime, even for domestic violence. It may make the job of law enforcement harder. People are afraid to talk and afraid of being deported after assisting law enforcement. This bill makes it illegal for a state or local agency to exercise its discretion, threatening local control again. The bill expects cities and towns to expend resources to enforce federal immigration laws without reimbursement from the state or federal government. The state should not be about controlling the decisions of cities or towns. We love our motto, live free or die, and that's what most immigrants are attempting to do.
We're going to take up the final speaker in a second. First of all, we've had a request for a roll call. Is that by Representative Conley? Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. Members will take their seats. This will be a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Abbas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the committee's recommendation of ought to pass as amended of House Bill 1266. For some points of clarification, HB 1266 does not mandate that the police or local law enforcement officials enforce federal laws. It also does not mandate or force or require law enforcement to comply with, cooperate with any detainer requests by the federal government. It allows police to use their discretion when a person is already in custody, someone who's been arrested and charged with the crime. In that situation, it leaves the discretion to that law enforcement agency whether they wish to cooperate with a detainer request. During the public hearing, we heard a lot of compelling testimony talking about discretion, and to allow the police to have discretion. The amendment that was just adopted did exactly that. It gave the law enforcement the discretion to make a sound decision on a case-by-case basis. Some communities in New Hampshire have adopted local ordinances or policies where no matter what the circumstance is, the law enforcement body is not permitted to actually cooperate with or honor any type of detainer request by the federal government. And to put that in perspective, think of a hypothetical situation. You can have a person who is arrested for a misdemeanor under state law, and upon an investigation while the person's already in custody can be literally wanted by the federal government for acts of terrorism. However, because of the policy adopted by some communities, well, that person would be released despite the threat to public safety they may pose. So please join me in pushing that green button and supporting the committee's recommendation of ought to pass as amended. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does the member yield to questions? Member does not yield. The motion before us is the ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1166. This is a roll call vote. Members will be in their seats. Chair recognizes Representative Conley for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know this bill puts local and state police in New Hampshire in the position of enforcing federal immigration laws, and if I know this bill contains no penalty whatsoever for violating it and therefore is completely symbolic, and if I agree with my colleague from Goffstown that federal authorities should enforce federal laws and state police should enforce state laws, would I then press the red button to defeat this motion? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Roy for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this law would not cause the enforcement of any law, state, federal, or otherwise, and if I further know that all that this would do is that during the booking process, if a detainer popped up, the police would have the option to contact ICE and not be forbidden, would I then agree with the committee and press the green button for ought to pass as amended? Thank you.
The motion before us is ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1166. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to the state of the vote. 172 voting yea, 162 voting nay. The committee report is adopted.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, this is just a division in PIs, no debate.
All members will stay in their seats. We've got a division with only PIs right coming up. Majority of the Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, to which was referred House Bill 1296FN, an act relative to money, coin, or currency which may be forfeited in connection with a drug offense. Consider the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative John Hunt from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative David Muse for the minority of the committee. The amendment is 0874H, printed in House Record 10A, pages 40 through 46. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? Are you all in favor say aye? Aye. Those opposed, nay? No. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted.
This is not going to be a division, he's waived off.
Okay, this is not going to be a division. The motion before us is the committee report of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1296. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay? No. The ayes have it. The committee report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, to which was referred House Bill 1306FN, an act relative to personal possession of marijuana. Having considered the same, report the same with the recommendation that the bill be referred for an interim study. Representative Terry Roy from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Linda Harriet Gothright for the minority of the committee. For what reason does a member rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to make a motion to table HB 1306.
That is a proper motion. The motion before us is to table House Bill 1306.
Mr. Speaker, I request a division.
A division has been requested. Members will take their seats. The motion before us is to table House Bill 1306. This is a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative LaBranch just for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill is considered the backup marijuana reform bill, and if I know that all this bill does is further decriminalize marijuana by reducing the fines for personal possession, slightly increasing the possession limit from 3/4 of an ounce to an ounce, and completely removes criminal penalties for personal possession. And finally, if I know that this House has passed many marijuana bills this session, and we are waiting to see what the other body will do with them, would I now press the green button to table this bill to await what the other body will do with our other marijuana bills? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Chair recognizes Representative Abbas for a parliamentary inquiry. Wave off. The motion before us is the laying on the table of House Bill 1306. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will attend the state of the vote. 309 voting yea, 28 voting nay. House Bill 1306 is laid on the table. Majority of the Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, to which was referred House Bill 1348 FN, an act relative to the legalization of a certain amount of cannabis, having considered the same, report the same with the recommendation that the bill be referred for interim study. Senator Terry Roy from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation the bill ought to pass. Senator David Muse from the minority of the committee. For what reason does the member rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to make a motion to table HB 1348.
Motion is in order. The motion before us is to table House Bill 1348. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it, and the 1348 is laid on the table. Majority of the Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, to which was referred House Bill 1361 FN, an act establishing a penalty for any person who transports a controlled drug into New Hampshire with the intent to distribute. Been considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Terry Roy from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Amanda Bolden for the minority of the committee. The amendment is 0087H, printed in House Record 10A, page 53. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Representative Abramson to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to the ought to pass as amended motion on House Bill 1361 FN. Every time Congress has voted to step up the war on drugs since LBJ announced it on national television in 1969, crime has gone up, not down. Drug use has tripled, addiction rates have soared, and now over 70,000 Americans die from illegal narcotics because they have been made felonized. The number was around 1,000 before the social engineering experiment was launched 55 years ago. House Bill 1361 FN would make it a Class A felony with a mandatory minimum of 5 years in prison to merely have 2 ounces of cannabis in your car for the crime of addiction, or even having marijuana in your possession with an expired medical marijuana ID card, or one from out of state. Reckless vehicular homicide is a Class B felony, as is rape. Those are Class B felonies. This bill, as introduced, was a Class A felony. Do we use the prison industry and forced servitude as the magical elixir to eating addiction, spending addiction, gambling addiction, or alcohol addiction? This is an insidious form of socialism and social engineering that has caged and chained up millions of young, poor, and brown Americans. 89 years ago, 9 delegates met in the next room in the Senate chambers to ratify the 21st Amendment to admit the utter failure of alcohol prohibition, a social engineering experiment that left thousands of Americans dead from mob wars and illegal liquor. Alcohol prohibition had turned law-abiding patriots into nighttime scofflaws and patrons of speakeasies. Like drug and gun prohibition, it had turned desperate people into junkies, homeless, addicts, pariahs, and left countless children in broken and impoverished homes. God gave us 10 laws and and warned us not to replace those with our own ephemeral monstrosities. Politicians for the last century have ignored these warnings and killed an estimated 2 million Americans, and by some estimates as many as 3 million, with drug prohibition. A dozen other Western countries have ended the scourge and switched to harm reduction, the old American approach that worked. Oregon voters 2 years ago voted overwhelmingly to pass drug decriminalization by a 17-point margin, and crime in their state has declined. Today, 57% of Americans support drug decrim. I ask you to press the red button.
Chair recognizes Representative Conley to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill would make it a felony, as we just heard, to transport drugs across state lines for the purpose of selling them. If you're thinking, isn't this already a crime? You'd be right. It is already a Class A felony in New Hampshire. It's a felony to possess drugs with intent to sell in our state, regardless of how the drugs got here. And this bill would be very hard to enforce. How do you prove that somebody brought the drugs over a state line? This bill would create a new mandatory minimum at a time when this House, under Democratic and Republican majorities, have voted to eliminate mandatory minimums in drug sentencing. It would make the vehicle used for the crime stipulated in this bill subject to forfeiture. Yet HB 1296, which this House just passed on a voice vote, exempted certain vehicles from forfeiture. So how these two bills get squared on this issue, I really have no idea. Selling drugs is clearly an awful crime. Drug dealers can and should be punished, and they are under existing law. Depending on the circumstance, this act can bring a mandatory life sentence. As a society, we've seen the negative effects associated with the war on drugs. We know that passing new laws with longer sentences does nothing to deter crime, particularly drug crimes. They have contributed to larger prison populations in New Hampshire and across the country, and yet here in New Hampshire, the cost of incarcerating someone in state prison is $44,000 a year. Existing law gives prosecutors plenty of flexibility to arrest, prosecute, and punish the bad guys. We don't need any laws that duplicate what's already on the books. I ask that you defeat this motion by pressing the red button so another could be made. Thank you.
A division vote has been requested. We're down to the last speaker, so members take their seats. Chair recognizes Representative Roy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this bill is different than the law currently on the books. First of all, with regard to what the first speaker said regarding cannabis, it was absolutely incorrect. This law exempts cannabis from being one of the laws that could trigger this. Second of all, I am in agreement with the second speaker that we are trying to roll back the sentences and the roll on drugs as it applies to individual users who are victims, who are addicts, who need help. But at the same time, as we roll back those, we have to address the problem of these drugs coming into our state. We wouldn't have as many addicts if we didn't have as much drugs. So the drugs aren't being made in New Hampshire, they're being brought into New Hampshire. Now, the previous speaker asked, how would we know where they came from? Well, it's not difficult when a vehicle gets pulled over crossing the state line and there's drugs worthy inside of the level of distribution to know where it came from. It came across the state line. So at the same time as we address the scourge of addiction, and we have to do something to stop the drugs coming in, and this is a very, very strong deterrent. If you know that there's a chance that you're going to get pulled over coming to the state of New Hampshire to distribute your poison to our children, that you would do 5 years mandatory in jail, you're going to think twice about it. And you're going to think twice about risking your property and your freedom. I think that's a small price to pay in exchange for the lives of our children that we are losing every day. The war on drugs itself is the way it's going, it's losing. So let's look at it differently. Let's treat the people who are using the drugs, give them the treatment they need, and appropriately punish the people who are bringing the poison across the borders to this state. They are not originating in New Hampshire. I would ask you to support the committee's decision and vote ought to pass as amended on this bill. Thank you very much.
This is a division vote. PIs have been waived off, so we're going to go into the vote. The motion before us is ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1361. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to the state of the vote. 153 voting yea, 187 voting nay. The motion fails.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to make a motion.
State your motion.
To lay HB 1361 on the table.
Representative Conley moves that HB 13...
I misspoke. Mr. Chairman.
Minority report of ITL? Are you moving the minority report of ITL?
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. I misspoke in my first time making such a motion, and I would move ITL. Please forgive the error.
The motion before us is the minority report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1361. A division has been requested. Members will take their seats. The motion is inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1361. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll...
You can't do it at this point, Mr. Speaker. You've already
We're already in the voting mode right now. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend the state of the vote. 207 voting yea, 131 voting nay. The minority report of inexpedient to legislate is adopted.
Jeez, I would have done it. The Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, to which was referred House Bill 1400, an act prohibiting law enforcement from using the scent of marijuana as probable cause for a search. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Terry Roy for the committee.
Mr. Speaker,
For what reason does the member rise?
I rise to make a motion to table HB 1400.
Representative Abbas, I'm sorry, what? Table this one?
I move to table HB 1400.
Okay, Representative Abbas moves to table 1400. Division? This will be a division vote. Members, take your seats. The question before the House is whether to lay House Bill 1400 on the table. Representative Conley is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that judges in our state have already ruled that the scent of cannabis alone does not give probable cause for a search, and if I know that this very simple bill puts that standard into law, Mr. Speaker, if I know it is the job of the legislature, not judges, to make laws, would I press the red button to defeat tabling so we can debate this bill and hopefully overturn the other motion? Thanks.
Representative Abbas is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that HB 1400 attempts to codify a holding from the New Hampshire Supreme Court without the rest of the context of the case to actually give the holding context in the law, and Mr. Speaker, if I know that this could cause confusion in what is otherwise a well-settled area of law, would I go ahead and push that green button and support the motion to table? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question is whether to lay House Bill 1400 on the table. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Sofakidis.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 168 in the affirmative, 157 in the negative. House Bill 1400 is laid on the table. The majority of the Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, to which was referred House Bill 1414, an act requiring the state police to submit an annual report on traffic violations. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Terry Roy for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Casey Conley for the minority of the committee. The questions on the majority committee report of inexpedient to legislate. Are ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it, and the committee report's adopted. The majority of the Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, to which was referred House Bill 1476 FN, an act relative to persons arrested while out on bail. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Casey Conley for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Ray Newman for the minority of the committee. The questions on the committee amendment 0895H, printed in House Record 10A on page 65. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. For what reason does a member rise?
For a motion, Mr. Speaker.
State your motion.
I move House Bill 1476 be placed on the table.
Roll call.
All righty. Who requested a roll call? Representative Berry requests a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? That is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, please take your seats. Yeah. Only on one side.
So he's on the side. He's in favor.
All right, the House will come to order. The question is whether to lay House Bill 1476 on the table. Representative Bolden is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I believe that this bill nearly eliminates bail reform and is strongly opposed by people across the political spectrum, and if I know that there's a bill coming over from the other body which is preferable to this bill, and if I know that we have another 177 bills to get through in the next couple days, would I now push the green button to lay this bill upon the table?
Representative Berry is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill is the culmination of a bipartisan effort over the last 6 months to address bail reform, and Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill does in fact leave the core principles of existing bail reform in law, and Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill at a minimum deserves a debate so that we may be heard, would I now press the red button to oppose the tabling motion?
The question is whether to lay House Bill 1476 on the table. If you're in favor, you'll be pressing the green button. If you're opposed, you'll be pressing the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Testerman. Representative Chase. Representative Southworth. We're all set, Mr. Speaker.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 161 having voted in the affirmative, 168 in the negative. The motion fails. Yeah, we voted on the amendment, right? We did. The question now is on the Majority Committee report of ought to pass with amendment. The member from Sandown, Representative True, is recognized to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, House Bill 1476 says that any person who is out on bail and arrested for the third time for a Class B misdemeanor shall be held in jail for no more than 36 hours pending a hearing before a judge. Well, let's say held no more than 3 or 4 days, because no more than 36 hours, not including any holidays or weekends. I ask you, Mr. Speaker, what type of person do you think would possibly be charged with a Class B misdemeanor 3 or 4 times in a row before they even have been taken before a judge? I suggest that they could possibly be a person with drug problems, or they could be a homeless person, or they could be a person with serious mental health issues. I suggest that these people this bill will affect are those among us who have the very least. Please note that anyone found guilty of a Class B misdemeanor will only be subject to a fine. No jail time is associated at all with a Class B misdemeanor. Mr. Speaker, where is the justice in throwing a person in jail for 2 or 3 or 4 days when, if they were eventually found guilty, the judge simply says, guilty with a $100 fine, no jail time? Does that make any sense to you? Throwing a person with mental health or addiction issues in jail is not therapy. House Bill 1476 creates an unfunded mandate by adding approximately $110 to $130 a day for incarceration costs per day, per person, and that cost is forced on the cities and counties as an unfunded mandate. House Bill 1476 violates the due process rights of the accused and does away with innocent until proven guilty. In closing, please allow me to quote from one of our country's greatest disco bands of all time, the Bobby Fuller Four. I fought the law and the law won. Please vote against this motion of OTPA so that the law and American jurisprudence will win. Please press the red button. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member from Manchester, Representative Bolden, is recognized to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've been quiet on this bill up until now, and that's because I'm in an awkward position as chairman of the Manchester delegation, and the city of Manchester supports this bill. However, when I put on this name tag and enter this chamber, I don't represent the city or its departments. I represent the residents of my district, and for that reason, I rise to speak against the committee report on HB 1476, because I know the people of Manchester support bail reform. This bill purports to fix what is characterized as a catch-and-release system. Supporters of this legislation claim that dangerous individuals are being released on bail, where they then continue to victimize people. If that were true, how is it that crime rates in nearly every category have decreased since bail reform was passed in 2018? In fact, the overall crime rate is down 14%. The reality is that under bail reform, offenders who are dangerous are already held in jail without bail, regardless of the crime they've committed. It's called preventive detention. It exists under current law, and it is implemented on a regular basis. In spite of the overall success that bail reform has delivered, this legislation would have us move backward to an era of higher crime and mass incarceration. It brings back income-based discrimination. It brings back holding individuals in a jail cell merely because they can't afford to buy their freedom. It brings back a system where a wealthy criminal goes home and a poor man stays in jail. That's not justice, that's an injustice. If this bill becomes law, individuals who are arrested while out on bail, even for a simple misdemeanor such as trespassing, must be held in jail for up to 36 hours, not including weekends or holidays, until they can see a judge. So if they're arrested on a Friday evening, they could sit in jail until Wednesday. This bill also binds the hands of the judge by removing personal recognizance as a bail option. This means the judge must order cash bail. And what if the defendant can't afford it? Well, they sit in jail, probably for months, just like people did before bail reform was passed in 2018. Therefore, in effect, HB 1476 guts bail reform. This bill is going to harm homeless people. It is going to harm people with mental illnesses. It is going to harm people suffering from addiction, and it is going to affect minorities disproportionately. Data from the FBI shows that black people in New Hampshire are more than 3.25 times more likely to be arrested than white people. In fact, local leaders of Black Lives Matter published an op-ed in the Union Leader this week opposing this bill, and I quote, "As we work to achieve a national reckoning around systemic racism, it is unconscionable that legislators would expand the already disproportionate incarceration of black people in New Hampshire. We urge our lawmakers to oppose HB 1476. Supporters of this legislation also claim that people suffering from substance misuse disorder can get treatment in jail while they wait for their trial. Well, that just isn't true. Individuals held pre-trial are not eligible for treatment services. The list of organizations that are fervently opposed to this bill is long and includes Rights and Democracy, American Friends Service Committee, the New Hampshire Council of Churches, Granite State Organizing Project, the New Hampshire Youth Movement, the New Hampshire High School Democrats, Black Lives Matter Manchester, Black Lives Matter Seacoast, the New Hampshire ACLU, as well as various conservative groups such as Americans for Prosperity, the New Hampshire Liberty Alliance, and the House Republican Alliance. These organizations certainly don't agree very often, but they all agree that we need to kill this bill. Why does this bill draw the ire of such a bipartisan and diverse coalition of organizations and activists? It's because they all see it for what it is, a return to the barbaric practice of the cash bail system, a return to a system that addresses mental illness, homelessness, and poverty with shackles and cages. I urge all my colleagues to vote red and oppose this bill because it will have very real and very dire consequences for minorities, homeless individuals, and those suffering from mental health issues. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member from Manchester, Representative Long, is recognized to speak in support of the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the ought to pass as amended question. I agree, people should not be detained in jail simply because they can't afford to pay the bail amount. In 2018, I supported the current statute. However, I've learned and experienced in Manchester the unintended consequences of multiple arrests of the same people on bail. As an alderman in Manchester, I receive arrest statements frequently and noticed early on that the same people were being arrested again for the same crime. I needed to explain to my constituents why the same person, for example, that damaged your car last week, trying to take things out of it, was arrested again for damaging your neighbor's vehicle the following week. I too represent my constituents, which are both my state rep hat and my aldermanic hat. I've also witnessed discussion within specific groups that were mentioned by the prior speaker that have made their colleagues aware of the criminal activity, not to be concerned about going around breaking into cars. We're going to get arrested, and I'm guaranteeing you within 2 to 3 hours we're going to get released. That's the conversation they're having. This is what we've been hearing in the city of Manchester. Let alone the extra work, extra resources spent on our police force, repeatedly picking up these people repeatedly, week after week after week. This has no benefit to the person arrested or to the neighborhoods involved, let alone the resources spent. House Bill 1476 is a start in addressing the consequences realized today with bail reform, and I will be supporting the ought to pass as amended. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member from North Shore, Representative Harriet Gathright, is recognized to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 1476 as amended and mandate the pretrial incarceration of any individual charged with any felony or Class A misdemeanor offense if they were on release for any offense at the time, including a Class B misdemeanor offense that carries no jail time if convicted. This legislation will not make our community safer. Current law already allows the court to detain individuals pretrial if they are flight risk or danger to the community. This one-size-fits-all legislation will deprive potentially thousands of Granite Staters of their freedom without any evidence that any of the individuals pose a threat to our communities. This legislation is based in fear, not evidence. Despite the fear-based rhetoric and limited anecdotal stories from our law enforcement leaders, proponents of this legislation has proved no data to support their claims that the current bail system makes New Hampshire less safe. This legislation will disproportionately harm Black people. New Hampshire's criminal laws are enforced with a staggering racial bias. For example, in 2020, Black people were 3.29 times more likely to be arrested compared with white people. For many low-level discretionary offenses, this disparity were even more troubling, including 4.8 times for marijuana possession, despite both groups using marijuana at roughly the same rate. 5.9 times for disorderly conduct, 6.52 times for vagrancy. Because Black people are disproportionately arrested, they will also be disproportionately incarcerated under this legislation's mandatory incarceration regime. In the midst of a national reckoning around system racism and police violence, it is unconscionable that legislators would expand the already disproportionate incarceration of Black people in New Hampshire. This legislation will expand the criminalization of poverty in New Hampshire. Personal reconnaissance bails was implemented to ensure that people could not afford bail could be released, assuming the court did not find them to be a danger or flight risk. Under this proposed legislation, people who are arrested while on pretrial release will be denied personal reconnaissance bail, thus setting up a new wealth-based incarceration system where those with wealth can purchase their freedom. So I implore you, my colleagues, that you vote against the ought to pass for HB 1476. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We're down to the final speaker, and this isn't going to be a voice vote, so maybe find our seats. The member from Manchester, Representative Berry, is recognized to speak in support of the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the body for allowing this debate to take place. I know it's been a long day and we've got more to go. I represent the south side of Manchester, wards 6 and 8. When I door knocked and campaigned, I knocked on over 4,500 doors, and when you do that, you would expect, when you meet a lot of voters, and you would expect to hear the traditional issues, guns, abortion, education. An overwhelming vast majority of my constituents cited bail reform because it is a Manchester problem. For those of you who pay attention to politics, you know that me and my mayor don't always get along, but we agree on this. The very first thing I did upon winning my election before we were even sworn in was meet with our police department to try to look at ways to fix PR bail or bail reform in general. And everyone was pointing fingers because the reform that this body had just passed was still taking effect. And I was told to wait. So we waited. Mr. Speaker, Manchester is done waiting. The other communities that are affected by this are done waiting. Last year, we just had our crime report out, and one of the other members from Manchester referenced that report. Property crime in Manchester is up 10%. It's up 10% in Manchester in 1 year. And I want to talk about the specifics of this bill because they often get overlooked. Does anyone want to guess what the current standard is for being held? It's 72 hours. So what did we do to try to bring in as many people as possible on this? We compromised and we shortened it to 36 hours. You heard that correct. If you vote for this bill, you are shortening the amount of time that someone can legally be held from the law as it is today. Mr. Speaker, we are not trying to overturn the bail reform that this body passed. We are talking about people who are already out on bail. They are already out on bail and they have been arrested again. But again, the other side came to us and said, can you compromise? And we said, yes, we will, because we want you on board. So we reduced it for 3 times for Class B misdemeanors. You have to be arrested 3 times for a Class B misdemeanor before this kicks in. DWI is a Class B misdemeanor. Mr. Speaker, Manchester is done waiting. Our communities are done waiting, and I urge you, this is a bipartisan bill from the beginning. It is bipartisan, not one Democrat co-sponsors, there were 3. I urge you to vote ought to pass. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The House will be in order. Representative Deshaies requests a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, please take your seats. The House will come to order. The question before the House is the Majority Committee report of ought to pass with amendment. Representative Newman is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this bill changes the permissive word may to the mandatory word shall, mandating that decisions on bail and release must be made by judges who are only available during business hours Monday through Friday, and if I know that this change eliminates access to bail commissioners for people who are affected by this bill and prevents their access to due process when judges are not available, even though they have only been charged and are innocent until proven guilty. And when I asked one of the police chiefs that testified if this would be a better bill if judges were available to make the judgments during non-business hours at night and on weekends, he said that it certainly would. So would I now press the red button to oppose this bill and continue to provide the same due process to all people, regardless of when they are charged and they are still innocent? Thank you.
Representative Conley is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this bill retains the core tenets of New Hampshire's 2018 bail reform bill while addressing cases when the same person is arrested multiple times while already out on bail. And if I know that this is not just a Manchester problem, but a statewide problem that affects even my city of Dover and other seacoast communities. And if I know this bill is supported by New Hampshire's police chiefs and our elected sheriffs and county attorneys of both parties who know this issue better than anyone, would I then press the green button to support this important bill? Thank you.
The questions on the Majority Committee report of ought to pass as amended. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 199 having voted in the affirmative, 134 in the negative. The committee report's adopted. The majority of the Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, to which was referred House Bill 1512 FN, an act relative to the parole of certain prisoners, having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Terry Roy for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Linda Harriet Gathright for the minority of the committee. The member from Seabrook, Representative Abramson, is recognized to speak against the committee report. The House will be in order so we can hear him, please.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to the ITL motion on House Bill 1512, a bill providing a parole hearing but not a guarantee of parole for 189 inmates who are currently serving life in prison without possibility of parole. About half of states have parole hearings for all inmates. A 2001 to 2009 study commissioned by Congress showed that every forensic method that had been used to convict people up to that point had been fraught with errors, false positives, false negatives, and even junk science. Many of those junk science methods that were used to convict people have since been thrown out by the courts. Interrogation methods used to send Americans to prison for life have long since been rejected as unreliable, but these people are still serving life without parole right now in New Hampshire's prisons. On habeas corpus filings, which the opposition suggested was an alternative, judges are not allowed to order a new trial unless a single piece of new evidence would likely overcome everything that the prosecutor threw at you. And 99% of those habeas corpus filings get rejected. Those wrongly convicted, overcharged, oversentenced, or convicted of first-degree homicide for merely being an accomplice or committing manslaughter have no real evidentiary appeal, yet usually present little or no real danger to society. And statistics have shown that about 15 to 20% of lifers would be released on a parole hearing, as in other states. And in some states, it's over 25%. The New Hampshire Civil Liberties Union showed that once people have served 25 years in prison, there is no more deterring effect to keeping aging inmates in prison. Promises of medical parole by opponents of this bill were false. The cost to the taxpayer of sending a parade of medical specialists into our prisons every day to treat inmates in their 70s and 80s have been horrendous. The rising cost of the taxpayers for hiring all of these specialists and having them take nearly an entire day off just to go visit one inmate in prison, sometimes multiple times per month, is astronomical. I spoke on the phone with Chad Evans, a man who physically couldn't possibly have committed the crime that he already served over 20 years for. He told me that in 2 decades, only one sick inmate in all of his experience was released on medical parole, and only days before he died. One parole member admitted at a previous hearing, public hearing, that if someone maintained their innocence at the parole hearing, they would send them right back to prison without a fair hearing. The irony is that those who are wrongly convicted, if they maintain their innocence, do not get a chance at a parole hearing at all under the current system. This bill was supported by Citizens for Criminal Justice Reform, by members of New Hampshire Liberty Alliance, by the New Hampshire Civil Liberties Union, and by hundreds of people around the state who emailed, wrote, or even called legislators asking for their support. And I'm requesting a roll call and asking members to press the red button.
The member from Deerfield, Representative Roy, is recognized to speak in support of the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we've heard a lot of talk on this bill about people in jail for life sentences without parole, and about how difficult it is to get a new trial, and how difficult it is to prove that you didn't do it if you say you didn't do it. Let's talk for a second about something else. Let's talk about victims. If you're sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole, it's generally going to be for a heinous murder or a horrible sexual offense. What this bill's going to do is it's going to make people who thought that they had put this behind them and moved on with their lives have to relive the horror that they went through to put this person in jail in the first place. Someone murders your child and they get sentenced to life without parole. You start to be able to heal and move on with your life, but because for whatever reason we decided now we're going to give them parole hearings. Every single victim of those people, those 186 people that are currently serving life without parole, are going to have to relive the trauma of what was done to them just for this. We heard testimony from the parole board that they would be overwhelmed by this. The number of people they wouldn't be able, it would back up the people that deserve parole and delay their hearings. So for a second, let's all just pause and think about victims. This is just, I can't think of anything more horrific to do to someone who's had moved on with their lives suffered trauma like this to get a letter in the mail and say, oh, you're invited to a parole hearing for the person that raped or murdered or did whatever to your loved one. Now come and testify again so that they can stay in jail. So, Mr. Speaker, I would ask everyone to really think about that for a minute and support the inexpedient to legislate on this bill. Thank you.
Representative Abramson requests a roll call vote. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is not sufficiently seconded. This will be a division vote. Members, take your seats.
Can we get that mic on?
Mr. Speaker, point of order.
State your point of order.
I can't hear anything that's being said, and I'm sitting directly in front. Could you please remind people on the margins of the room to please be quiet?
I will absolutely swing the gavel harder. All right, let's take our seats. I'm pretty sure there's no good midnight buffets in the area, so let's push the pace. The House will be in order. The question before the House is the Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate. Representative Abramson is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that a majority of states in this country have parole hearings already for all cases, including life cases. If I know that 8 members of the Criminal Justice Committee agreed not just this year, but also the last time that the same bill was introduced. If I know that far, far worse than the traumatic experience of having to go through the trial the first time is discovering that someone else has admitted to the murder of a family member of yours. But if I also know that even in instances where other people have admitted that the person in prison is either not guilty or was not there or was only an accomplice, that those people do not get a new trial in most cases, would I now press the red button so that they can at least get a parole hearing?
Representative Roy is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that people that are in jail for life without parole have had a fair trial, have had appeals, and are continued available appeals to them if new evidence were presented. And further, Mr. Speaker, if I care more about victims being re-victimized than I do about criminals who have been convicted, would I vote ITL? Thank you.
The question is on the Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Division, sorry, my bad. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 182 having voted in the affirmative, 127 in the negative. The committee report is adopted. The Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, to which was referred House Bill 1539, an act relative to the removal of certain information from the New Hampshire State Police website. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative John Bourdonnais for the committee. The question is on the committee report of inexpedient to legislate. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it, and the committee report's adopted. The majority of the Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, to which was referred House Bill 1600, an act relative to the use of body cameras by law enforcement during an interview or interrogation. Having considered the same, report the same with the recommendation that the bill be referred for interim study. Representative Terry Roy for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Ray Newman for the minority of the committee. For what reason does the member rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to make a motion to table HB 1600.
Representative Abbas moves to lay House Bill 1600 on the table. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. House Bill 1600 is laid on the table. The majority of the Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, to which was referred House Bill 1668, an act requiring a background check prior to any commercial firearm sale. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative John Burt for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Casey Conley for the minority of the committee. The member from Manchester, Representative Bradley, is recognized to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this bill is a sensible measure designed to keep guns out of the hands of felons and other prohibited parties. Currently, anyone purchasing a firearm from a federally licensed firearm dealer is required to pass a criminal background check. According to the FBI, roughly 92% of those checks are rendered almost instantly, and at the same time, any risk to public safety is minimized because the process lowers the risk of a person prohibited from owning a gun from getting a gun simply by walking into a gun shop with a credit card. However, the federal law on background checks only applies to sales conducted by federally licensed firearm dealers. This situation effectively exempts commercial transactions between private parties. What this bill will do is close that gap in ways that allow sensible exemptions. Selling a gun to someone you personally know, this sale is exempt as long as that person isn't a prohibited party. This bill specifically focuses on commercial sales and exchanges to parties not known by the seller. Please push the red button so another motion can be made. Thank you.
The member from Salem, Representative Abbas, is recognized to speak in support of the committee report. And will somebody in the back swing the anteroom doors shut? We appreciate that members take their conversations out there. It does not help if the doors are wedged open. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the committee's recommendation of inexpedient to legislate. In regards to this bill, there is some confusing language in this bill, and you may have, this is a familiar bill. We had it last term for those who were in the body last term. And first, it defines a commercial sale to include a gift or any type of exchange, including private exchange. So when you read the exceptions section, which is on page 2, Well, it says non-commercial sales. I did not know what that meant last time I read this bill. I still don't know what it means today, whether that exception would apply to a gift or a private gift or whatnot. Under existing law today, there are federal background checks that are done whenever there is a commercial sale done. When I say commercial sale, I mean you go to a store and purchase it from a licensed firearm dealer. The issue really is, what do these background checks actually do? There was information provided to the committee that out of the people who are prohibited from possessing a firearm under the law, of those individuals, 99% of those people actually acquire those firearms either through an illegal straw purchase, which is when someone intentionally purchases a firearm for someone knowing that that person's not allowed to have one, or they bought it illegally on the street. It deals with the 1%. Excuse me, it deals with the 99% of those illegal ones. This bill actually applies to the 1%. 1%. When we hear about we're trying to prevent handgun violence and we're trying to prevent people who are not supposed to possess firearms, who are not allowed to, we're not focusing on the overwhelming majority of the issue being raised by the bill. However, the issues, and we heard a lot of testimony about background checks where someone was not allowed to have a firearm under the law but still managed to get a firearm in their possession. In those examples provided to us, the person there was a background checks performed, and for whatever reason there was a failure of the background check system that was operated by the federal government, which we have no control over. So I would say that the intent of this bill, perhaps even well-intended, it does not accomplish any of the objectives presented to the committee. For that reason, I ask you to join me in pushing that green button and support the committee's recommendation of inexpedient to legislate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Burt requests a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, please take your seats. The House will be in order. Representative Muse is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that firearms background checks can keep guns out of the hands of felons and bad actors under protective orders, and if I know that this bill closes a key loophole in our laws requiring the involvement of a licensed firearms dealer to perform a background check for commercial sales between private parties, and if I know background checks would provide peace of mind to many gun owners who wouldn't want to sell a weapon to a felon or to anybody who's subject to a domestic violence protective order, then would I press the red button to overturn the ITL motion so another motion can be made. Thank you.
Representative Burt is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know House Bill 1668 will make gifts or loaning of a firearm between friends, family members, and neighbors into a crime, Mr. Speaker, if I know those who that came to the committee to support this bill did not explain how it would have stopped any of the tragedies that the country has witnessed in recent years, such as Newtown, Connecticut, the criminal murdered his own mother and stole her gun. Aurora, Colorado, the murderer passed a background check. In Tucson, Arizona, also the murderer passed a background check. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, if I know House Bill 1668 has several times in the past been before us, and it has always been rejected as a huge government overreach into private activities, would I now press the green button to ITL House Bill 1668? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question is on the Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All good? Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 179 having voted in the affirmative, 144 in the negative. The committee report is adopted.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, on to education. This one is a division, just PIs.
The majority of the Committee on Education, which was referred to House Bill 1047, an act relative to the Chartered Public School Joint Legislative Oversight Committee. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Ralph Bohm for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Linda Tanner for the minority of the committee. This is a division vote. We're going straight to the vote. Okay, the question before the House is the Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate. Representative Tanner is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 1047 revises and revitalizes the Charter School Joint Legislative Oversight Committee that's already in statute by changing the committee composition.
Representative?
Yes.
These are parliamentary inquiries.
I'm sorry. Yes. If I know HB 1047 revises and revitalizes the Charter School Joint Legislative Oversight Committee, already in statute, by changing the committee composition and requiring yearly reports, and if I know that we have had a significant growth in the number of charter schools in our state in the past 6 years, yet this committee has not filed a report since 2011, and the last committee meeting was held in 2016. And if I know the charter school program should have legislative oversight by a committee that meets regularly and presents a yearly review of the charter school program, its operations, performance, and innovative practices, would I now push the red button to overturn the ITL so a motion of OTP could be introduced? Thank you.
Representative Litchfield is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this bill repeals the current statute for the Charter School Legislative Oversight Committee and then replaces it with little change, if I know that the major change in House Bill 1047 is actually adding busy work for the State Board of Education by requiring an annual report on charter school effectiveness to the Oversight Committee, would I now ITL this unnecessary bill by voting with the committee majority and pressing the green button?
The questions on the majority committee report of inexpedient to legislate. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll be pressing the green button. If you're opposed, you'll be pressing the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 173 having voted in the affirmative, 152 in the negative. The committee report is adopted. The majority of the Committee on Education, which was referred House Bill 1051, an act relative to State Board of Education rules for credit for alternative, extended learning, and work-based programs. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Rick Ladd for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Linda Tanner for the minority of the committee. The member from Georges Mills, Representative Tanner, is recognized to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Through the Learn Everywhere program and the Ed Choice vouchers, parents have become consumers for their child's education. Our public schools provide a complete profile for the important considerations and policies for the schools, such as the course of study, grading policies, discipline policies, co-curricular activities, a listing of the staff, and requirements for graduation. School guidance counselors and staff advisors help parents and students negotiate through their 4 years of high school offerings, career pathways in the course of studies, and possible career and technical opportunities, advanced courses leading to college graduation and credit, school-to-work opportunities, electives in STEM and STEAM, community service, and the New Hampshire Scholars Program, to name a few. When parents seek alternative coursework outside the public school for their child, they need to know the specifics of those alternative offerings. The policies, the coursework, hands-on work, work-based experiences, and how these programs might align with the career pathways, graduation credits, or college credits given at the public school. Recently, the State Board of Education and the Department of Education have started, through departmental rules, to develop an online listing that offers a limited consumer guide to alternative schools, vendors, and programs. HB 1051 puts the requirement for the Department of Education for vetting and publishing a consumer listing into statute. Parents should be able to know, before they commit money and time to a program, the procedures for student safety, grading, or competencies, a profile of the staff, discipline and dismissal policies, refunds if the program does not fit their child, and a description of the documentation of completion that they can then present to the state school board and the local school district for graduation credits. Alternative and work-based learning programs offer a great experience for students that adds to their education and inspires them in a variety of areas outside the school curriculum. This bill is requiring the Department of Education to add to their centralized list of profiles of alternative education offerings information that is necessary for parents as consumers to make an informed decision about vendors, extended learning, and work-based opportunities. I hope you will support parents by voting against the ITL so an OTP motion can be introduced. Thank you.
Final speaker, the member from Haverhill, Representative Ladd, recognized to speak in support of the committee report.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. For the record, we have no vouchers in the state of New Hampshire. This is about 1051. This bill would allow local school boards to reject credit that has been earned through programs that have been approved through a rigorous application process at the State Board of Education, namely the Learn Everywhere program. Since established in law, the Learn Everywhere program has successfully provided high school students the opportunity to earn credits toward graduation through expanded learning experiences outside the standard school day. Approved Learning Everywhere programs, to name a few, include the Boys and Girls Club in Sauhegan Valley, FIRST Robotics, the New Hampshire Academy of Science, North Maine Music, Signum Academy, the Seacoast Science Center, and Seacoast United. These education programs provide a wide range of approved credit courses in areas such as biology, AP biology, chemistry, music, foreign languages, physical education, business, and physics, while offering high school students the opportunity to expand learning opportunities and gain career awareness beyond those subject areas taught or available at their local school. This is why the New Hampshire Department of Education designed the Learn Everywhere program, an innovative approach to learning that takes place and that takes the state's existing philosophy, laws, and rules and expands and makes available enriching educational opportunities available that meet and exceed state academic standards. The approval process for Learn Everywhere program and those providers is thorough. A potential vendor's application is carefully reviewed, vetted to ensure accountability and competency attainment. Background checks are required. Health, safety, and fire code documents must be received. If this bill is passed the way it is right now, hopefully it won't be, would allow a local school board to overrule and deny graduation credit earned through this challenging state board approved program. Where and how students acquire graduation credit is not the exclusive right of the traditional brick and mortar system. This bill is not in the best interest of students. It's about control. Please support the committee recommendation.
Representative Chan has requested a division vote. This will be a division vote. Members, please take your seats. That also come to order. The question is on the Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate. Representative Hollis recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker,
If I believe that it should be the responsibility of the State Board of Education to adopt rules which establish a process for the application, vetting, and approval of Learn Everywhere vendors, and, Mr. Speaker, if I believe that having a centralized location at the DOE for a list of the approved vendors would help parents and school districts explore and examine options for these alternative extended learning work-based programs that offer credit for graduation, would I now vote no on the ITL motion and push the red button so that another motion can be brought forward?
Representative Ladd is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Only 32 bills left. If I know the Learn Everywhere program offers New Hampshire students a 21st century education that extends well beyond the four walls of the brick and mortar classroom, and if I know the Learn Everywhere program increases and enriches learning options for students who may not have a wide range of graduation required courses in their local school and also that best fit their learning needs. If I know this bill is more about control than it is for the best learning opportunity for a student, would I then support this extraordinary program along with the committee's ITL recommendation by pressing the green button? Thank you.
This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll be pressing the green button. If you're opposed, you'll be pushing the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 174 having voted in the affirmative, 147 having voted in the negative. The committee report is adopted.
Majority of the Committee on Education, to which is referred, House Bill 1090, an act relative to teaching on discrimination in public schools. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Rick Ladd for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Sue Mullen for the minority of the committee. What reason does a member rise?
Rise to make a motion.
State your motion.
To table 1090.
The motion is to lay House Bill 1090 on the table. Roll call has been requested. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Tanner.
Did he say he's doing it?
No. Tanner.
We're good, sir.
The motion before us is to table House Bill 1090. This is a roll call vote. The chair recognizes Representative Tanner for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that HB 1090 deals with the publicly unpopular Prohibition on Teaching Discrimination bill that has never had a full debate on the floor, and if I know we must address this destructive censorship of speech, the removal of books, the spread of mistrust, misinformation, and untruths about our schools and teachers, and the disrespect to story and experience of those who suffer from discrimination, would I now vote red on the tabling motion so that we could bring this bill forward and debate it? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Cadelli for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that discrimination of any kind is unacceptable in public workplaces and in education, but if I also know that the recently passed discrimination law does not restrict or stifle any teacher instruction in the classroom, would I then support the tabling motion so that we can get on with the rest of our 30 education bills by pressing the green button?
The motion before us is to table House Bill 1090. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? House will attend to the state of the vote. 165 voting yea, 153 voting nay. House Bill 1090 is laid on the table.
Mr. Speaker, the next bill is just, it's a division with PI, so let's stay in their seats. We can move right on.
The next bill before us is a division vote with just parliamentary inquiries, so members stay in your seats. Majority of the Committee on Education, to which was referred House Bill 1113, an act prohibiting the Department of Education and the State Board of Education from directing or limiting school instructional options, such as remote learning. If it considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Glenn Cordelli from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following amendment. The recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Marjorie Porter for the minority of the committee. This will be a division vote. The chair recognizes Representative Porter for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is my first time at the well in 2 years. It feels pretty good. If I know our community schools now have the technology and skills needed to keep learning happening remotely when it is unsafe to have students physically present in a school building, and if I know current Department of Education rules limits the use of remote learning to snow days only, all other use will result in make-up days in June. But if I know the proposed amendment allows the emergency use of remote learning for up to 5 days per year, thus addressing committee concerns, would I then press the red button?
The member will suspend. State your point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe the motion on the floor is ITL, but we're hearing about an amendment that is not even on the floor at this point.
I'm speaking to my motion, sir.
She is speaking to the ITO motion, so far everybody has been pretty good today, so I'm going to give everybody a little bit of latitude, and I will put the hammer down if I have to. You may continue. State your point of order.
You told us this was only PIs?
This is a parliamentary inquiry.
If it's a PI, then how could she be speaking to her motion?
She is doing a parliamentary inquiry.
She's doing a parliamentary inquiry, Representative.
And, Mr. Speaker, nobody should be shouting out.
House will come to order. The member may continue.
Would I now press the red button so local schools can stay nimble and flexible when needing to keep students safe and learning happening? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The chair recognizes Representative Ladd for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know remote learning served a purpose during the recent COVID pandemic, however, I also know that the recent COVID remote learning model had a downside with respect to student academic achievement and student social, emotional wellness, especially in respect to economically disadvantaged students, minorities, and for students with individual education plans. And if I know this bill would prohibit the Department of Education or State Board of Education in limiting attendance options such as remote learning, would I then support the committee recommendation by pressing the green button? Thank you.
The motion before us is the majority report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1113. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to the state of the vote. 166 voting yea, 154 voting nay. The committee report is adopted. No debate. Majority of the Committee on Education, to which was referred House Bill 1114. An act relative to education service providers under the Education Freedom Account program. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Glenn Cordelli for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass, Representative Patricia Cornell from the minority of the committee. The motion before us is the inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1114. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted.
Okay, so we have another just division in PIs coming up here.
If everyone will stay in their seats, we have another one that is just a division in PIs. Majority of the Committee on Education, to which was referred, House Bill 1115, an act relative to record of education attainment under the Educational Freedom Account Program. Consider the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it's inexpedient to legislate. Representative Deborah Hobson for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Senator Patricia Cornell from the minority of the committee. Chair recognizes Representative Cornell for a...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We're in the voting... just a minute, Murphy. We're in the voting mode. Representatives, into your seats. Members, take your seats. Chair recognizes Representative Cornell for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you. If I know Education Freedom Account students should be held to the same academic standards as public school students, and I know that this bill addresses concerns heard during committee regarding academic accountability and transparency, and if I know that public and public charter school students all take the annual statewide assessment, and I believe that any student receiving public funds should be held to the same accountability requirements, and their academic progress needs to be available to the public, would I now vote no and press the red button so another motion can be brought forward?
The chair recognizes Representative Ford for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this is yet another attack on the Education Freedom Account program, if I know that it requires EFA students to take the public school state assessment and eliminates the other assessment options, and if I know that this removes student freedoms from the Freedom Program, would I now ITL this attack on the Education Freedom Account program by pressing the green button? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question before us is the majority report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1115. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Mullen.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to the state of the vote. (163) voting yea, 150 voting nay. The committee reports adopted.
All right, we have a one-on-one roll call request.
If members will stay in their seats, we have a one-on-one debate and a roll call request. Majority Committee on Education, to which was referred, House Bill 1120, an act relative to education service providers under the Education Freedom Accounts Program. Consider the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Glenn Cordelli from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Sue Mullen from the minority of the committee. Chair recognizes Representative Mullen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in opposition to House Education Majority's recommendation of ITL for House Bill 1120. This bill is really about two things: quality of instruction and student safety, as they apply to students participating in the Education Freedom Account program. Many minority members of House Ed, along with their constituents, have expressed numerous concerns regarding the qualification and background checks of service providers who are paid with state funds to teach our children in non-traditional settings. House Bill 1120 addresses a number of these concerns, most specifically assuring that education service providers have a proven track record of both academic success and financial viability, that instructional providers referring to themselves as a school or offering a comprehensive program seek non-public school approval as outlined in our current Ed 400 rules, that individuals and programs comply with all the applicable local health and safety standards and codes, particularly those outlined by the 2016 Governor's School Safety Preparedness Task Force, and that all providers who have direct contact with our children complete, pass, and submit the criminal history background check required under RSA 189:13A to the Department of Education. What the bill requires would not be unique to New Hampshire. Georgia, Oklahoma, Utah, Mississippi, Washington, D.C., Wisconsin, and North Carolina all have required some version of Provision 1 in an attempt to preempt financial loss or fraud. Arkansas, Indiana, Mississippi, Oklahoma, D.C., Louisiana, Ohio, Maine, Maryland, Vermont, and Wisconsin all require some form of accreditation or state approval of proposed curriculum to be used that meets state standards. Arkansas has been the guiding light in terms of health and safety standards in response to some horror stories coming out of D.C. and Indiana. And our own Joint Legislative Committee on Administrative Rules, when discussing the Education Freedom Accounts program, said, "There is no provision in the statute to require that education service providers get a criminal background check, and no stipulation that a negative background check will result in a bar from participation in the EFA program. If these are needed, the statute will need to be amended." So, I stand before you today because EFAs are here and they need some work. Regardless of how any of us feel about the impact of the program on our ability to fund existing public schools, we currently have almost 2,000 kids participating in a program that has inadequate guardrails. Financial stability, measurable educational standards, health and safety first, no criminals with kids. Surely these are not revolutionary or objectionable goals. My concern is that we have put the cart before the horse, and that this program went into effect before we had the opportunity to work out all the kinks. It's now going to take all of us to move that horse. Please vote no on the majority recommendation of ITL so that another motion may be made. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We're on the final speaker. Representative Mullen has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. Members will take their seats. We're on the final call. We're on the final speaker. Chair recognizes Representative Cordelli.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill was written in relation to a voucher program, but we all know that there are no vouchers in New Hampshire. We have an Education Freedom Account program that provides a variety of education options for parents, not just going to a different school. The litany of states you just heard, they were all in relation to voucher programs where a voucher is given to a student to go to a particular school. HB 1120 would require Education Freedom Account service providers to have a proven academic success record and have background checks. If an EFA student is going to, let's say, a private school, that would be the case. There would be background checks. And it all sounds good, but with the education freedom accounts, how does a service provider prove academic success or have a background check if they're providing computers to the student or selling curriculum to the student? How about a homeschool mom who is taking in education freedom account kids from the neighborhood? How does she prove academic success for the past year? Is she going to have to get a background check? The necessary requirements for the service providers are in law and in rules, including information about background checks on service providers. The bill requires for service providers do not make sense for our Education Freedom Account program. The committee voted ITL, and so should you.
The motion before us is the majority report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1120. This is a roll call vote. Members will take their seats. The chair recognizes Representative Hall for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I believe that all public and non-public school education programs funded by New Hampshire taxpayers' money must be approved by the New Hampshire Department of Education, and Mr. Speaker, if I believe that all education freedom account service providers must be able to demonstrate financial sustainability and measurable academic success. And, Mr. Speaker, if I believe that criminal background checks must be mandatory in public and non-public schools in order to provide safe learning environments for all New Hampshire students. But I now vote no on the ITL motion and push the red button so that another motion can be brought forward.
Chair recognizes Representative Ladd for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know this bill would require an EFA service provider to comply with a number of conditions that are already required by federal and state laws and recently approved rules, and if I know this bill would even require a mom who is homeschooling neighborhood children to have a background check, and lastly, if I know this is one of many bills recently submitted to the Education Committee to obstruct the EFA program that is providing well over 1,800 New Hampshire students an education that best meets their needs, would I then support education choice by pressing the green button? Thank you.
The motion before us is the majority report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1120. It's a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Members will be in their seats while we're voting. Oh. That would help, wouldn't it?
Representative Testerman, thank you.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to the state of the vote. 165 voting yea, 155 voting nay. Committee report is adopted.
So on this one, Mr. Speaker, we have the committee amendment, then there's a floor amendment, okay? Which there's a, and then
For what reason the member rise?
Can I move that the remarks of the previous debate be placed in the permanent journal?
I'm sorry, we didn't hear you.
Oh, sorry. Can I move that the remarks of the previous debate be placed in the permanent journal?
The member moves that the remarks of the previous debate be placed in the permanent journal. Without objection. Without objection. Majority of the Committee on Education, to which was referred House Bill 1131, an act relative to facial covering policies for schools. Consider the same, report the same with the following amendment and a recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Glenn Cordelli for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. The majority amendment is 0998H, printed in House Record 10A, pages 14 through 15. The motion before us is on the committee amendment 0998H. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The bill being on second reading, open to further amendment. Representative Tanner moves floor amendment 1083H. It is in your seat pockets. And the chair recognizes Representative Tanner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I offer floor amendment 1083H. This bill is about the mask issue, which particularly in schools has been extremely contentious and a divisive issue. HB 1131, the main bill, offers a rigid solution to masks by prohibiting school boards and other public agencies from adopting, enforcing, or implementing a policy that requires students or members of the public to wear a facial covering. This amendment speaks to the third section of that bill, which requires teachers to follow, requires teachers not to require masks, and puts them in double jeopardy. Either they are following the school board policy, which if they do not follow that policy, they can be fired for insubordination, or if they do the opposite and don't require the masks, or do require the masks, they are taken before the Code of Conduct by the Department of Education, and they lose their teacher certification. This is double jeopardy, and that's why I would like this part of the bill removed through this amendment, so that teachers would not be put in a situation where they're damned if they do and damned if they don't. So thank you.
There is going to be a division vote on this amendment, so members will be taking their seats. We're at the last speaker. Chair recognizes Representative Blazek.
This amendment would, as the previous speaker said, remove the responsibility of the educator to follow the law. So essentially, a district would never actually make a mask policy if this bill passes, because that would be illegal. So therefore, if an educator, like a principal or a teacher, decides to violate this law and implement a mask policy, they should be held accountable.
Representative Blazek requests a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote on the amendment. Members take their seats. The motion before us is the floor amendment by Representative Mullen. This is going to be a roll call vote. The chair recognizes Representative Mullen for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that teachers are expected to follow the directives of their administrators, the superintendent, and local school boards, or they're considered insubordinate, and if I know that procedures and policies for supervision and disciplinary actions are the joint effort of school boards and bargaining units and not within the control of the individual teacher, would I now acknowledge the reality of the chain of command for our educators by pushing the green button to support the amendment? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Cadelli for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that teachers who violate the law and are insubordinate should be held accountable, and that this floor amendment would remove that accountability, would I now press the red button?
This is going to be a roll call vote on the floor amendment, the Tanner floor amendment. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to the state of the vote. 152 voting nay, 168 voting nay. The floor amendment fails. We're on to back to the original majority report of ought to pass as amended. The chair recognizes Representative Tanner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't have to tell anyone here, no matter which side of the mask issue you're on, that it's been extremely contentious and divisive, like I said before. We have many bills that are dealing with masks in several different committees. Unfortunately, schools have taken the brunt of much of the controversy. with no clear requirement or support from the Department of Education on how to provide an adequate education, keep students and staff safe during the COVID pandemic, and at the same time deliver the support, provide the lunches, maintain a safety net. Schools, public schools, were on their own to come up with solutions and procedures. All of us did this the past 2 years. Schools tried to make the best decisions based on what information was given them from state agencies, the governor's office, the state chief medical officer. HB 1131 offers an extreme and rigid solution to the mask issue and then enforces it with a sledgehammer. This bill requires public schools to adopt a policy that will prohibit schools or school districts from adopting, enforcing, or implementing a policy that requires students, members of the public attending meetings or coming onto school property from wearing a mask or covering, facial covering. Enforcement of HB 1131 gives any person claiming to be aggrieved by a violation of this bill, including the Attorney General, the ability to initiate a civil action, a lawsuit, against the school district, the school board, or any other public education agency. Did I mention the sledgehammer? And did I have a floor amendment? In Section 3 of this bill is a totally uncalled for attack on teachers. A teacher who follows a mask requirement that might be at the direction of the school, the governor, the state medical officer, or the Department of Education risks being fired for not following employment procedures. If the teacher follows the measure outlined in this bill by not requiring a mask, they may risk losing their teaching credential, their license, their very livelihood by violating the code of conduct. This is making an employee choose between getting fired or losing their teaching license and not being able to teach. This is the true definition of double jeopardy. That is the sledgehammer approach. This is an extreme measure to block a common proven public health procedure to slow the airborne transmission of diseases. This is an extreme measure that attacks schools and teachers who are doing their best under unprecedented circumstances. This is an extreme measure that puts schools in double jeopardy of meeting their responsibility of keeping students and staff as safe as they can under the guidance of the chief medical officer of our state and the governor's emergency orders, and the Center for Disease Control for the federal government, and complying with this restrictive policy. I urge you to vote red so that an OTP, on the OTP for this, so an ITL can be offered. Thank you.
Senator Blazek has requested a roll call. We're down to our last speaker. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This is going to be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. Chair recognizes Representative Blazek.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 1131, as amended, is first and foremost a parental rights bill. It allows parents in public schools to make the best choice for their child in regards to facial coverings. Proponents of universal mask mandates in schools have yet to conclusively prove that masks are helpful and that they do no harm. To date, there have been no randomized clinical control trials of masks in children in masks. Champions of mask mandates might cite the Bangladesh study that not only was riddled with severe design flaws, but also found that cloth masks, which are the masks used by the majority of students in schools, had no effect, and surgical masks had a statistically insignificant effect. They might also cite the recent CDC-promoted survey study of schools, but again, this study was severely flawed. Of thousands of people surveyed, they only got 0.4% response rate. COVID cases were based on contact tracing, but in many locations, if the student was masked, they were not traced. And overall, they found a significant rise in all infections in the mask-mandated schools. The list of flawed studies goes on from there, but suffice it to say that there is no conclusive evidence that we are helping the students, the teachers, or the community by forcing children to wear masks. But over the last 2 years, papers have started to emerge showing harms to children. There are now studies showing the physical, emotional, psychological, and educational detriments to children from mask mandates. Testimony in the hearing for this bill was heart-wrenching as parents shared their stories, including a child who attempted suicide, and extreme mask anxiety was a contributing factor to her depression. Numerous speech pathologists wrote testimony about the severe speech development harms they are seeing from masking. This cannot be allowed to continue any longer. We are not conferring any benefit to these students by forcing them to wear a mask, and we are potentially harming them. DHHS recently changed their indoor masking guidance, and DOE and the governor announced that the school systems had to drop their mask mandates. But to date, some districts still have mask requirements and refuse to drop them. In addition, several school systems have pledged to mask the children every winter for cold and flu season. I urge you to vote ought to pass on this bill so that we can finally end the unscientific and potentially harmful mandates and allow parents to make the best decisions for their children.
This will be a roll call vote. Members will take your seats. The House will be in order. The chair recognizes Representative Mullen for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill as written eliminates the superintendent of schools from the public school chain of command of decision-making, if I know that it ignores the board of directors at the chartered public school, and if I know that this bill opens up the possibility of civil litigation by any aggrieved party towards a school, school district, school board, or other public education agency and weaponizes the teacher code of conduct, and if I believe that the unintended consequences of encouraging litigation over collaboration will shortchange both our students and our constituents, would I now push the red button to oppose the majority recommendation of OTPA? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Cordelli for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that the state has said that masks should be an individual choice, if I know that there was an error on the pink sheet on this bill, if I know that for too long schools have ignored the education impact and harm to children of wearing masks all day, and if I agree with the recent headline, the educational cost of face mask coverings is far better established than the benefits of mandates, would I now say enough is enough and press the green button?
House will be in order. The motion before us is the majority report of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1131. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? House will attend the state of the vote. 166 voting yea, 157 voting nay. Committee report is adopted.
Mr. Speaker?
For what reason a member rise?
I move to place the remarks of the previous debate in the permanent journal.
The motion before us is to place the recent debate in the permanent journal. Without objection? Without objection. Majority of the Committee on Education, to which was referred House Bill 1132, an act relative to applications for a charter conversion school, have been considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Alicia Leakes for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Arthur Ellison for the minority of the committee. The amendment is 0970H and record 10A, page 15. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Representative Woodcock to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 1132. This bill is not focused on improving public education, not one iota, which is surprising to me as it came from the chair of the Education Committee, the Havel representative. You'd think that education improvement and accountability would be the primary focus. Nope, not in this bill. As a matter of fact, it doesn't help families on vouchers, on education saving accounts, or even homeschoolers. None of those groups have taken a priority, of time, and concerns in this session seem to be accounted. So what does a charter school conversion bill really mean and do? First, it means that a few people can show up or even pack a regular annual meeting of the school board. We know how many sometimes come to those meetings, not many, and then vote to convert a school, one school, not all the schools, not every school in the district, just one school. So let's use Town X Elementary School. So this small group of citizens of the town vote to convert Town X Elementary School to a charter. In the current law, as it stands now, this can happen, but the teachers must want in. The school principal must concur. The superintendent gets a voice, and of course, the locally elected school board, the people's representative. Why would you want all those people to buy into a plan and agree to make it work? Because they're the ones that are responsible for the hard work and the effort that will be needed to make this work. In the days that charter schools were first created, it was by the teachers who wanted to create a school, maybe one with a thematic mission, or math and science, STEM, or focus on arts and other areas. It was the teachers that created the school. But under this bill, those educators that wanted to work creatively outside the boundaries of the traditional school structure, those that wanted to build a better school, are not even in the loop. The administrators, not even considered. And yep, no superintendent oversight or support required. When asked in testimony of the sponsor why we want this bill, what would it do? Well, the answer was it would save money. No need for library staff. We can use the town library. Phys ed instruction, we got local clubs and teams. Doesn't seem like a sound educational reason to me. So the teachers in this school X, they can come but be transferred, but they can't stay in their current union. They can't stay in their current association. As a matter of fact, it's a charter school, only 50% of the teachers even need to be certified. Custodians, administrative assistants, school nurse, yep, they can come, but they can't stay in their association or union either. So, let's see. The new trustees, not the elected school board members, will negotiate a new pay wage, benefits, conditions, and the staff will take it or leave it. So to summarize, take all educators and professionals out of the decision, bust all the unions, hire only half the number of certified teachers, outsource the use of town facilities, and the support staff deemed necessary. I don't know about you, but that sure doesn't sound like a sound educational model for teachers, staff, parents, and the students. Is that a school that you want your child or grandchild to attend? I don't. Please vote no on the STP. Thank you.
We're down to our last speaker, and this is going to be a division vote. So the sooner members take their seats, the sooner we can continue moving on. Members, take your seats. This is going to be a division vote. We're down to the last speaker. Chair recognizes Representative Alicia Leakes speak in favor of the committee report.
Yeah, rather than the teachers, it would be the people who live in the town, the taxpayers, the parents of the students. They'd be the ones making the decisions. And any of the teachers, superintendent, principal who lived in the town, they'd be making the decisions too. Because this would put it to a vote of the people in the town and a 2/3 majority.
The member will suspend. The member has a right to be heard. I understand everybody's coming in the chamber. Do it quietly. Member may continue.
It would put it to a 2/3 vote of the residents of the town. And it is the residents' school, the students' school, and those are the ones who should be making the decision. But the other part of that is the charter schools. If you want a charter school, it does have different rules. They're much looser. And if the school's not working, I think the taxpayers and the parents should be able to choose something that they believe will work a lot better. And this is for the children as opposed to for the teachers' unions. This is for the children. Thank you.
The motion before us is the majority report of order passed as amended on House Bill 1132. This is going to be a division vote. A roll call has been offered by Representative Luno. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. Members will take their seats. This is a roll call vote. The motion before us is the majority report of order passed as amended. This is going to be a roll call vote. The chair recognizes Representative Ellison for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that removing teachers from the charter school conversion process will result in the voiding of existing labor agreements between school staff and local school boards, and if I know that instruction in new conversion charter schools will be provided by teachers, 50% of whom will be uncertified by any educational agency, and if I believe that this bill is an attempt to weaken public school systems in our state, would I now push the red button so that another motion can be brought forward? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Ladd for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know the current process for a local school board to convert a public school into a public conversion charter school requires written approval of the principal and superintendent, along with support of 2/3 of the teachers, above and beyond school board and annual meeting approval. And if I know that many of these educators may not even live in the community or school district, and if I know this bill eliminates consent from the above paid employees and places decision-making on citizens by requiring a positive vote of the school board and 2/3 vote at the regular annual meeting, would I then support this needed change by pressing the green button?
The motion before us is the majority report of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1132. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? House will attend to the state of the vote. 166 voting yea, 157 voting nay. The committee...
You gotta hit the update display, Mr. Speaker.
Oh.
Oh, hold on. Hold on. This button.
Hundred and 164 voting yea, 148 voting nay. The committee report is adopted. Committee on Education, to which was referred House Bill 1137, an act relative to the duty of school boards to provide education, having considered the same, report the same with a recommendation that the bill be referred for interim study. Representative Ralph Bone for the committee. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The committee report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Education, to which was referred House Bill 1152, act relative to verification of eligible students under the Education Freedom Account Program. Consider the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Rick Ladd for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative David Luno from the minority of the committee. The motion before us is the majority committee report of inexpedient to legislate. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it, and it's inexpedient to legislate. The committee report's adopted.
Mr. Speaker, I have a request for a roll call on this with just PIs.
All right. If members will stay in their seats, we have a request for a roll call, and we're just having PIs. So members, stay in your seats. The majority of the Committee on Education, to which was referred House Bill 1190, act relative to rulemaking by the State Board of Education for compliance with federal provisions. Having considered the same, report the same with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Senator Deborah Hobson for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution. Resolves that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Marjorie Porter from the minority of the committee. The chair recognizes Representative Porter for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know the passage of this bill will not affect the state's obligation to follow federal mandates, funded or not, but if I know not following those mandates could result in the loss of many millions of dollars of federal funds schools and the Department of Education rely on to provide programs and services. And if I know some of the students most grievously hurt by the loss of these funds.
If the member could suspend for a minute. I made a little boo-boo. I forgot to ask for a second on the requisition for a roll call. So is that sufficiently seconded? It is not sufficiently seconded. We're not going to pop up at the last minute. This will be a division vote. Could you start it again, Representative?
May I begin again, sir?
Start the beginning.
Thank you. If I know the passage of this bill will not affect the state's obligation to follow federal mandates, funded or not, but if I know not following those mandates could result in the loss of many millions of dollars of federal funds schools and the Department of Education rely on to provide programs and services, and if I know some of the students most grievously hurt by the loss of these funds would be our most vulnerable and those with special learning needs, then would I press the red button to overturn the ought-to-pass motion so another can be made. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Cadelli for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that too often the federal government has mandated our New Hampshire educational policies, and if I know that we have Common Core because of the bribery by the federal government and the State Board of Education going along with it in hopes of getting money from the feds, would I now press the green button and say, no more, no more?
The House will be in order. The motion before us is a majority report of order pass on House Bill 1190. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend the state of the vote. 166 voting yea, 146 voting nay. The committee report is adopted.
All right, Mr. Speaker, on this next one, Ladd is making the motion to table.
Majority of the Committee on Education, to which was referred House Bill 1233, an act prohibiting higher education institution receiving state's fund from requiring face masks and COVID-19 vaccinations for attendance. Having considered the same, report the same with the recommendation that the bill be referred for interim study. Representative Rick Ladd for the majority of the committee. Having the minority of the committee, having considered the same and been unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative David Luno from the minority of the committee. For what reason does a member rise?
Rise to make a motion.
State your motion.
The motion is to table House Bill 1233. Table 1233.
The motion is to table House Bill 1233. That is a proper motion. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. House Bill 1233 is laid on the table.
All right, Mr. Speaker, here's the scoop. We have another bill with just PIs and it's a division, and then we have more that are like debates and such. We want at 6 o'clock.
Okay, if members will stay in their seats, we have another bill coming up right now that is just going to be parliamentary inquiries. The majority of the Committee on Education, to which was referred House Bill 1241, an act prohibiting a school district from mandating a COVID-19 vaccination for school attendance. When considered the same, report the same with the recommendation the bill ought to pass. Senator Glenn Cordelli from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Stephen Woodcock from the minority of the committee. This is going to be a division vote, so members take your seats. The chair recognizes Representative Woodcock for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this bill is attempting to take a quick ride in the back of the recent pandemic furor and is not sound, if I know that this bill is entirely superfluous, as is the Department of Health and Human Services charged with the responsibility of determining which vaccines will be required for admissions to public school and not this legislature, then I would press the red button and end the waste of time on this frivolous and unforeseeable bill. And in the words of another, no more, no more.
The House will be in order. The chair recognizes Representative Sadi for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this bill is about medical freedom and parental choice, and that my children are mine and not the property of a school board, school district, or any other government agency, and if I know that parents are the ones to make medical decisions for their children and themselves for that matter, and finally, if I know that the right of conscience, the right to make choices, is a moral virtue and valued in a civil society, would I then press the green button, and I would request a roll call vote.
Sadi requests a roll call vote. Is that sufficiently seconded?
This was the PI. This was the PI.
It's too late for it.
Yeah, we're in the PI.
We're in the voting mode. My mistake. We're in the voting mode. This is going to be a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, the House will attend the state of the vote. 166 voting yea, 148 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. Once again, I'm asking, if you want to do a division or a roll call, let us know so we can keep moving without having to have a delay of getting people back in their seats. Majority of the Committee on Education, to which was referred House Bill 1261, an act prohibiting the use of Native American mascots, public schools, colleges, and universities. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Michael Moffett from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative David Luno from the minority of the committee. The chair recognizes Representative Tanner to speak against committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 1261 requires that no public education institution that is supported in whole or in part by general fund money use a Native American mascot, image, or name. Many of us grew up with images in the media of cowboys and Indians as cartoons, movies, TV shows, and mascots at our schools. We never thought or realized how those often derogatory images, chants, symbols, or names created stereotypes and misleading information that was not only offensive to Native Americans, but play a role in perpetuating racial inequity and feelings of inadequacy among their youth in particular. These images affect the self-esteem of Native youth, their self-confidence, and their sense of identity. Native American youth experience the highest rate of suicide among young people, and young people have one of the highest rates of suicide. Native American mascot stereotypes negatively affect how Native Americans view the world and their place in society, and in turn, how society as a whole views them. What may be perceived by some that these mascots honor the various qualities and attributes of Native Americans don't agree. The National Congress of American Indians, which represents hundreds of tribal governments, oppose these sports stereotypes. The Congress further states that the national and regional tribal organizations, individual tribal governments, state governments, agencies, organizations, and companies all have taken official positions or actions in support of ending harmful mascots, caricatures, and stereotypes which contribute to a discrimination and disregard for the dignity of Native peoples. These groups have been joined by large numbers of civil rights organizations, educational institutions, youth advocacy, that's easy for me to say, mental health, religious, and other national organizations which have also taken formal positions against harmful mascots. The U.S. Commission on Civil Rights believes that the use of a Native American image and nicknames in schools is insensitive and should be avoided. Schools have a responsibility to educate their students. They should not use their influence to perpetuate misrepresentations of any culture or people. The NCAA adopted a policy in 2005 prohibiting colleges and universities with hostile or abusive mascots, nicknames, or imagery from hosting any NCAA championship competitions. They do have an exception in their policy that allows some universities to keep their Native American nicknames and imagery if it is based on a particular tribe and have permission from that tribe to do so. And the National Congress of American Indians reports that because of ongoing education and advocacy, in total, 2/3 or over 2,000 Indian references in sports has been eliminated in the last 35 years. But the job is not over. We know that many schools still have those images and also the mascots. It's not just emotional activists that understand that when Native American people find Native American mascots insulting, demeaning, and racist, we should listen. When they tell us it is harming their youth, perpetuating cultural practices that rob them of racial and social equity, we should listen. Words, nicknames, images, and mascots have power and meaning. To honor Native American peoples, we need to prohibit and end the harmful Indian mascots and bring a new level of understanding to our communities, our schools, and our colleges. I urge you to vote against the ITL so a motion of OTP can be made. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise in support of HB 1261, a bill that would prohibit the use of Native American mascots in public schools, colleges, and universities. In 2002, the New Hampshire State Board of Education unanimously approved a resolution calling for a prohibition on Native American mascots in schools. They acknowledged that the use of Native mascots had, quote, a detrimental effect on the achievement, education, self-concept, and self-esteem of American Indian students. And here we are, 20 years later, still debating the issue. Research has repeatedly shown the negative psychological, educational, and social effect that these icons inflict on Indigenous people, especially younger Native Americans. According to the National Indian Council on Aging, Native communities experience higher rates of suicide compared to all other racial and ethnic groups in the United States. Tribal leaders continue to speak out against racially insensitive nicknames and logos that alienate and mock the Native American population. We heard testimony from 2 tribal leaders of the Kawasaki Band of the Pennacook Abenaki people, headquartered in Alton, the place of narrowing waters. On behalf of their people, they shared their resentment toward the continued misappropriated and abusive use of Indigenous culture and people. They noted that images of violence, such as bloody tomahawk or a menacing war-painted face, are blatantly offensive and considered to be racist to the majority of Indigenous peoples. Members of a youth group in Durham voiced strong support for this bill. They asked that school mascots reflect their generation, mascots that are respectful, compassionate, and inclusive. To them, this bill represents the type of future and legacy they want to be proud of and be a part of. We as a nation are experiencing a push for racial justice. Sports teams across the country are gradually retiring Native American mascots and imagery that are often viewed as racist and degrading. Dartmouth College made the switch from the Indians to the Big Green nearly 50 years ago. In New Hampshire public schools, we now have the Coe-Brown Bears and the Merrimack Valley Lions, previously known as the Comanches and the Indians. MLB's Cleveland Indians have been rebranded as the Cleveland Guardians. Yes, we are making progress, but certainly not enough. In 2019, Maine became the first state to ban Native American mascots in schools. It is now time for us, the New Hampshire legislature, to follow in the footsteps of our neighbor and make good on what the New Hampshire State Board of Education envisioned 2 decades ago, a prohibition of Native American mascots in all New Hampshire public schools. It's time to stop perpetuating racism by continuing the use of offensive depictions of Native Americans in our public institutions. We must respect all human beings. Please vote against this ITL motion so the motion of OTP can be made. Thank you.
We're down to the last speaker. Senator Tanner has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The chair recognizes Representative Moffett.
Yes. Yes.
The chair recognizes Representative Moffett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I couldn't hear you. The Atlanta Braves were once upon a time the Boston Braves. They played on near Fenway Park in a different stadium. Now, the Atlanta Braves made some World Series. Baseball fans, I'm sure, watched the World Series with the Braves. Now, the Braves had a mascot, if you will. His name was Chief Nakahoma. Chief Nakahoma lived in a teepee outside the outfield fence, and when a Brave hit a home run, Chief Nakahoma would come out of his teepee and he'd do a war dance. And at the same time, Brave fans, and some of you have seen this on television, such as Jimmy Carter, Ted Turner, Jane Fonda, would do a tomahawk chop, tomahawk being like an Indian hatchet. Now, eventually, indigenous Native American Indians were successful in raising awareness that this was cultural appropriation, that this was offensive. And you'll notice that Jane Fonda, Ted Turner, Jimmy Carter no longer do the tomahawk chop. Chief Nakahoma has retired. He has gone away. And this happened without a law. This happened because people talked to each other. People raised awareness that this was offensive. Stepping away from disrespectful cultural appropriation is fine and good. And again, it doesn't have to require a law. Laws such as proposed in HB 1261, which claims that usage of indigenous Native American symbology creates an, quote, an unsafe learning environment. An unsafe learning environment. Really. There are mascots and there are nicknames and there are symbols. They're not all the same. Chief Nakahoma was a mascot. He has gone away. I'm glad he's gone away. Most of us are okay with his retirement, but most folks are also okay with other symbols and nicknames, including most indigenous Native American Indians who appreciate the associations and are honored by these associations. A Sports Illustrated survey a few years ago found that 80% of Native American Indians polled favored and appreciated being honored with the associations that they had with sports teams. Indeed, a member of our education committee, who is both Shawnee and Cherokee blood, shared that most of the Indians that she knows from her native Ohio are not happy. They're disappointed and saddened that the Cleveland Indians are now the Cleveland Guardians. It's troubling to many that activists seem uninterested in communicating and compromise. It doesn't need to be all or nothing. We don't need to eschew and get rid of all Indian symbology, nicknames, mascots. His favorite college's Dean Wormer once famously said, "No more fun for anyone." This measure is also a clear violation of our First Amendment guarantee of freedom of expression. And I'll say that again because it's important. This bill, to many of us, is a clear violation of our First Amendment's guarantee of freedom of expression. And further, this was and should remain a local control issue. Teams from my Merrimack Valley School District used to be known as the Indians. Now they're the Blue Pride. This came about following local discussion, local dialogue, local debate. If HB 1261 passed, then the heavy hand of the state via this proposed statute would quash such local discussions with all its associated teaching moments locally. If the good folks in Colebrook want to retain the Mohawk as their symbol, then let them discuss that locally. If the good folks in Laconia want to retain their sachem, let them debate that locally. If the good folks in Belmont want to retain the Red Raider, then let that local dialogue occur. The good folks at Hanover High School decided they no longer wanted to be Marauders. Marauders aren't even Indians, but I'm not from Hanover. They chose to be Bears, and that's a local decision. Speaking of Hanover, it's the home, as most of you know, of Dartmouth. It used to be the Dartmouth Indians. Why were they the Dartmouth Indians? Because Dartmouth was founded in Hanover in 1769 as a school to educate indigenous Native American Indians. There's a historical tie there, a proud historical tie. And when Dartmouth eschewed the Indian as their symbol, from all over the country, Native American chiefs expressed their dismay and their disappointment that this historical connection to Dartmouth was eschewed, as I put it. So, activists are even going after nicknames like the Warriors. Now, Warriors is fairly generic. Our good friend from Londonderry in C333 is a warrior, and he's an Italian American, not even a Native American. Warriors is not necessarily indigenous, and yet people, the Winnicott Warriors or whatever, that warriors could be Greek, whatever. So this is going far beyond Native American symbology. So we already have too many laws. Many of us say, let's not add another one that would be an unconstitutional infringement of First Amendment protections of freedom of speech, freedom of expression, while also taking away local control and those teaching moments that we could use. Again, Chief Nakahoma gone away. They didn't need a law, and neither do we. So please, when the time comes, press that Dartmouth Indian big green shiny button to support the committee recommendation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is... Will the member yield to a question? It's up to the member. Member, you may inquire.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, and I thank the distinguished gentleman for taking my question. Merrimack High School's mascot are the Tomahawks. Should the bill be passed into law and signed by the governor, what would happen to the Tomahawk name? What would be the process in the town for them to change the name?
Thank you, Representative. Good question. Tomahawk, as I mentioned earlier, Tomahawk chop, it's an Indian hatchet. I guess Merrimack High School are the Tomahawks. So if this bill passed, then the Lancers, the Londonderry Lancers, Native Americans just use Lancers. Would the Lancers have to go away? The Tomahawks have to go away because of that Indian connection? I don't know. But if this bill passed, I can tell you that there will be lawyers who will cite this new statute, and Merrimack or Londonderry or other towns are going to have to deal with lawsuits that I think could be avoidable. Thank you.
The motion before us is the majority report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1261. This is a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. House will be in order. The chair recognizes Representative Luno for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know the use of Native American mascots and monikers and slurs in high school is offensive, and if I know that's an uncontested fact because members of the Pennacook Abenaki represented the indigenous people actually said that to the committee. They said it to the committee. And if I know this bill would prohibit this practice at public schools and colleges, then would I press the red button and stop this offensive practice? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Bowen for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill is against the First Amendment of the U.S. Constitution by abridging freedom of speech, and Mr. Speaker, if I know it is up to your school district to determine what name or mascot is appropriate for your school, and Mr. Speaker, I know that there are other ethnic names and mascots may also cause some consternation among people, and others may like their ethnicity used. And Mr. Speaker, I know that not everyone agrees on everything. Will you now press the green button to pass this ITL motion? Thank you.
The motion before us is the Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1261. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to the state of the vote. 170 voting yea, 143 voting nay. The committee report is adopted.
All right, this one is a motion to table.
Majority Committee on Education, to which was referred, House Bill 1283, an act relative to liability as taxable income of education freedom accounts. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Glenn Cordelli for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative David Luno for the minority of the committee. For what reason does a member rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to make a motion.
State your motion.
Make a motion of table for HB 1283.
That is a proper motion. The motion before us is to table House Bill 1283. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it, and House Bill 1283 is laid on the table. The majority of the Committee on Education, to which was referred House Bill 1298 FN, an act relative to eligibility for the education tax credit, having considered the same, report the same with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Glenn Cordelli for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Stephen Woodcock for the minority of the committee. The chair recognizes Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't know about you, but I donate often to organizations, events, charities, schools. I'm not sure how many goodies I bought at the school bake sales. I'm sure my tailor knows based on the time she changed my pants. But every high school sport game has a 50-50 raffle. Heck, I even rode across the United States on a motorcycle raising money for disabled veterans. But in each case from the outset, the mission of the organization and the requirements, they didn't change halfway through. Needy families are needy families. Food insecure students are hungry, and they don't know where the next meal is coming from, and they're food insecure. Low income is low income, and a disabled vet is a disabled vet. But this bill plays games with that concept of transparency. The sponsor said, and I quote, "This legislation makes one simple change to the program. It changes the income eligibility gap from 300% to 500% of the federal poverty level." One simple change. That means, in simple language, a family of four in New Hampshire with an income of about $79,000 would qualify for a tax credit scholarship. Sounds reasonable, especially considering the current minimum wage, the cost of housing, food, insurance. But when the number jumps to 500%, now we're talking about a family of four with $132,000 income. That doesn't sound like a low income to me. That's way above the median New Hampshire income of around $79,000 for a family of four. Last year, the scholarship organization had a waiting list at 300%. They had a waiting list. More students waiting than the number of students that they were able to provide scholarships for. So, why, if an organization can't fund the number of low-income eligible applications now, why would we want to enlarge the pool of applicants? And further, why would we want to expand it to families that are making almost $50,000 more a year than those at 300% level? This organization was established to provide scholarships to low-income families, period. By the way, during the testimony, there were not any statements from the organization or its cell phone representative indicating that all, or most, or half the low-income families would be serviced first before the higher-income families. This shouldn't be a bait and switch. And once again, the poorest families of our state are cast aside to make room for those less needy. This program was set up to serve the needy, the low income. Once that mission is filled and there are no more waiting lists, maybe that's the time to change or perhaps even larger scholarships. But not now. When the organization, the Education Scholarship Organization, can't even fund the number of youngsters that are eligible, why would we change? We can't fund those folks. So please, folks, vote no. Now is not the time to reduce aid to those that need us the most. Thank you.
Representative Luno has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? We're down to the last speaker. It is sufficiently seconded. This is going to be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. We're down to the last speaker. Chair recognizes Representative Cordelli.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Education Tax Credit Program relies on donations from businesses and individuals in exchange for a tax credit. There is no public money involved. And what does the program benefit? Scholarships are awarded to students to find the education option that best meets their needs. And is the program successful? You bet. There is a waiting list, as was just mentioned. A recent parent survey found that 94% of parents were satisfied with their scholarship program. Not one parent was dissatisfied with their child's new education option. Let me repeat that. No parent dissatisfied. And this is the best form of accountability, parent accountability. You see, unlike other education options that we are all familiar with, parents are free to leave and find another education option if they are dissatisfied. Yes, the program does have an eligibility income of 300% of federal poverty. About 1/3 of families in New Hampshire qualify for that. But too often, government programs provide for low-income families but ignore the middle class. This bill will increase the income limit to 500% of federal poverty. And I want to be clear about the effect of this increase. Scholarships are awarded based on the number and amount of donations. There will have to be a significant increase in donations for any child to get a scholarship based on this increase. By law, 40% of the scholarships have to be awarded to students with a family income of 185% of federal poverty or less. Last year, that percentage was 68%. If the increase will not help anyone right away, why do it? This legislation will send a message. It'll send a message to families that this House believes that every child deserves the best possible education and will meet their needs. It will send a message that opportunity is needed for all New Hampshire children. This program is about providing opportunities, and if we can send these messages and provide for middle-income families in the future, then you need to press the green button.
The motion before us is a majority report of ought to pass. This is going to be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us, a majority report of ought to pass on House Bill 1298. This is a roll call vote. The chair recognizes Representative Ludo for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. If I know New Hampshire's 160,000 public school kids perform among the best in the country, and that's what parents want, and if I know the tax credit voucher program was billed as a way for lower income families to pay for private school tuition using taxpayer dollars, and if I know this bill opens the floodgates so a family of four earning more than $132,000 a year in the top 20% of statewide income earners can get in on this free money on the backs of our taxpayers, Would I then press the red button to keep the program as it was intended? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Ladd for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know New Hampshire's tax credit scholarship program helps hundreds of students access schools that are right fit for them, and if I know this bill amends eligibility for a scholarship to 500% of the federal poverty line and provides an average scholarship of about $2,900 per student, which is about 17% of the average expenditure per student at New Hampshire's public schools, and if I also know 40% of scholarship recipients benefiting from this education choice program come from families with 185% or less the federal poverty level, would I then continue to support the Children's Scholarship Fund by pressing the green button? Thank you.
The motion before us is a majority report of ought to pass on House Bill 1298. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? House will attend to the state of the vote. 159 voting yea, 152 voting nay. Committee report is adopted.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose the member rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Having voted on the prevailing side on Bill HB 1298, I would move reconsideration and urge a no vote.
The motion before us is reconsideration on House Bill 1298, and a division has been requested. Members take their seats. The motion before us is a reconsideration on 1298. This is going to be a division vote. The chair recognizes Representative Luno for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know the intention behind the tax credit scholarship program was built as a way for lower income families to pay for private school tuition, and if I know that this bill opens the floodgates so that the top 20% of income earners would also be able to get on this deal, wouldn't I then press the green button and allow this body to reconsider this vote? Thank you.
The motion before us is the reconsideration on House Bill 1298. Chair recognizes Representative Ladd for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. If I know the education tax credit is an education choice bill, would I then vote red?
The motion before us is the reconsideration motion on House Bill 1298. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? House will attend to the state of the vote. 152 voting yea, 162 voting nay. The motion for reconsideration fails. Chair recognizes the member from Auburn, Representative Osborne, for a third reading motion.
Thank you. Resolved that the House now adjourn from the early session, that the business of the late session be in order at the present time, that the reading of bills be by title only and resolutions by captions only, and that all bills ordered to third reading be read a third time by this resolution, and that all titles of bills be the same as adopted, and that they be passed at the present time. And when the House adjourns today, it be to meet Wednesday, March 16th, 2022 at 9 a.m.
The House will be in order. Question is on the third reading motion. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. And the motion is adopted. Representative Osborne moved that the House stand in recess for the purpose of introduction of bills, enrolled bill amendments, enrolled bill reports, receiving messages. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. The House is in recess until Wednesday, March 16, 2022 at 9 a.m. Please press your button for attendance.